Chapter 1596. Dukyu said solemnly, Her Majesty the Empress gave up her supreme cultivation and used all of her cultivation to sink the entire city of fairies into the ground and preserve it here. She also destroyed all of her divine sense and turned it into a protective shield for the city of fairies. This is how she managed to preserve the city of fairies until now. Chu Yang was silent for a moment. Feeling the sorrow and depression in his heart, he asked softly, Do you know? What is the name of this great empress? Dukyu said, The great empress' surname is Wu. Her honorific name is Wu Qiongxiao. Wu Qiongxiao. Chu Yang murmured this name. He couldn't help but look over again. The elven empress' calm but dignified gaze also seemed to look back at him calmly at this moment. Chu Yang felt his heart throbbing violently once again. As he looked around, he realized that there were many other decorations in the hall. On the left and right walls, there was a piece of calligraphy hanging on each wall. The handwriting was the same. It was obvious that they were all written by the elven empress. While the handwriting was elegant, it also revealed a boundless majesty and dominance. On the left was, Yu Ping Life's Wish, Breaking Weight, Wu Qiongxiao, Sweeping Heaven Tower, Not Peerless, Not Breaking Heaven. Chu Yang's heart trembled. This great empress is really heroic, not peerless and invincible. She would rather stay here than break through the void and ascend. On the right wall, there were only 5 simple words. I dance alone in the wind and cloud. Dance alone in the wind and cloud. Could it be that there was actually no one in the world who could compete with her back then? Chu Yang looked at it carefully again. The empress' gaze actually followed him again. This time, Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. This time, he didn't shift his gaze away for a long time. Nobody knew how much time had passed. Perhaps it was the blink of an eye, or perhaps it was a lifetime. Suddenly, a crashing sound broke the silence. On both sides of the empress's throne, a piece of snow-white paper suddenly flowed out. With a schwa sound, it directly extended from the 2 armrests of the throne to several feet and lay flat on the ground. It was as if the elven empress had suddenly stood up. Her figure was graceful, and her snow-white long sleeves fluttered in the air. It was also as if she had just finished dancing in the sky. She was so beautiful that she was sleepy, and she reclined on a chair to rest. Her long sleeves dragged on the ground, and only her endless gentleness remained. Although it was just 2 pieces of white paper that had suddenly appeared, the peerless charm of this moment was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Dukyu exclaimed, But this kind of phenomenon didn't happen when I was here. So, why did Chu Yang trigger such a strange phenomenon when he arrived? What was the reason? And what kind of changes would this change bring about? At this moment, words abruptly appeared on the originally spotless white paper. Golden words flickered from nothingness and gradually appeared on the white paper. Chu Yang focused his gaze and looked. On the first piece of paper on the left was written, Who will accompany me, dancing in the wind and clouds? On the second piece of paper on the right was written, Who will accompany me, arrogant in the world? These 2 lines of words were actually questions. Who will accompany me, dancing in the wind and clouds? Who will accompany me, arrogant in the world? Although it was a question, the arrogant aura in it was as if it could swallow heaven and earth. It was peerless and unparalleled. Perhaps only the 2 of them could accompany each other. That peerless and proud expression seemed to cross over 100,000 years and come from the sky. It was arrogance and aloofness, but it was also loneliness and loneliness. Moreover, there was a trace of helplessness. Chu Yang was startled, and he suddenly raised his head. The empress was still sitting gracefully like she had been a day ago. Her slightly narrowed eyes seemed to be staring at him closely. That aura of a monarch descending to the world seemed to hit him in the face at any time. Chu Yang suddenly understood where the sense of familiarity that he felt came from. That kind of gaze, gentleness, affection, and the charm between her eyebrows. This elven empress was actually so similar to Mo Qingwu. Although their appearances were very different, Chu Yang had felt that kind of special feeling from Mo Qingwu countless times. And that kind of majestic aura of a monarch descending to the world was so similar to Tai Bu Yao's. It was the same empress who pitted the world and cherished the world. Also, The strength in her bones and the tenderness in her tenacity were no different from Wu Qianqian's. They were shockingly similar. Finally, that heroic spirit and carefree spirit of moving unhindered and killing all over the world was exactly the same as Zi Xueqing's. Chu Yang's heart changed for a while. He connected the characteristics of Emo Qingwu, Wu Qianqian, Zi Xueqing, and Tai Buyao together. After mixing them together, he closed his eyes and felt that the fairy empress was standing calmly in front of him. Suddenly, Chu Yang's heart ached so much that it hurt. How many years have you been lonely? How many years have you been looking forward to? And how many years have you been helpless? Who will accompany me, dancing in the wind and clouds? Who will accompany me, arrogant in the world? Chu Yang's heart was agitated and his blood was boiling. He suddenly blurted out, "Me? I'll accompany you. I'll accompany you. I'll accompany you, dancing in the wind and clouds. I'll accompany you, arrogant in the world." While his voice was still echoing, the elven empress' slightly narrowed eyes seemed to suddenly flash. Then, an illusory long sigh, as if a burden had been lifted off her shoulders, rang out. Then, a ball of colorful light suddenly erupted from the elven empress' body. At first, it was just a faint glow, but gradually, that graceful and elegant figure could no longer be seen. A soft and affectionate voice, yet illusory like a dream, recited, "You accompany me, dancing in the wind and clouds. I accompany you, arrogantly, in the world." Suddenly, an inexplicable ray of light flashed out from the elven empress body, as if it was reluctant to leave. It circled around the hall once, and then broke through the air like lightning, disappearing without a trace. The only direction that was known was the east. Both of them were shocked by this turn of events. They were so shocked that they were almost speechless and could only stare blankly. Then, the light on the elven empress body seemed to have dimmed a little. Then, another ray of light separated from her body, circled the hall once, and rushed out of the door, disappearing without a trace. This time, the direction that it went was due west. Then, another 2 rays of light flashed one after another, one in the south and one in the north. They also disappeared without a trace. As the 4 rays of light gradually disappeared, another unforeseen event occurred. Both of them fixed their eyes on the elven empress again, and they were both shocked. They saw that the elven emperor's throne was already empty. The elven empress Wu Qiongxiao, who was still there just now, had disappeared. It was as if she had turned into 4 rays of light just now and drifted away with the breeze, no longer existing in this world. All of the past and traces of her existence were just a dream, and everything had turned into an illusion. Only a soft sigh, which seemed to have come from the underworld, seemed to still reverberate faintly in the hall. Both of them felt as if they had an extremely bizarre dream. They were at a loss, and even until now, they still felt that it was unreal. Her Majesty the Elven Empress actually disappeared just like that? How could it be? Duke, you felt lost. Chu Yang took a deep breath, but he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Although he was still a little disappointed, he felt as if he had accomplished something in his heart and was actually exceptionally relaxed. He even felt a little strange about his own mentality. It was only reasonable that he should be disappointed and sad. How could it be like this? However, in Chu Yang's heart, there seemed to be a faint feeling that the Elven Empress hadn't really disappeared. That aura seemed to still be reverberating around him. Or even, it had always been there and had never left at all. Before, after. You accompanied me, Qiongxiao, to dance with the wind and clouds. I accompanied you to conquer the world, Chu Yang murmured. He looked at the empty throne thoughtfully, but inexplicably, for figures appeared in his heart. Emo Qingwu, Wu Qianqian, Tai Buyao, Zi Xueqing. Just as the two of them were in a daze, light suddenly appeared on the throne again. A sparkling thing suddenly rose up, bringing with it a kind of long-lost excitement, as well as a kind of pleasant surprise of regaining something that had been lost. That's Her Majesty's eternal jade sky golden buyao. Duke Yu's eyes flashed, and he explained. Unexpectedly, the Calamity Sword suddenly let out a sword cry, and suddenly leaped into the air like a dragon. As if it was extremely excited, it shuttled back and forth in the air. A clear sound of pleasant surprise, with a little bit of shyness, suddenly appeared. The eternal jade sky golden booyah of the Elven Empress suddenly emitted a dazzling milky white brilliance. Then, the brilliance suddenly paused, and actually transformed into something that looked very soft, swaying in the air. Sword tassel. It's a sword tassel. Chu Yang's eyes focused, and his breathing almost stopped. After the golden booyah changed its new form, it actually turned into a sword tassel, infinitely soft, infinitely affectionate, and infinitely attached. Floating in the air, it faintly gave off a delicate and pitiful feeling. Sword tassel. Chu Yang only felt an inexplicable surge in his heart. Now, he didn't have the pleasant surprise of finally finding the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword at all. Instead, he was filled with a kind of infinite gentle joy of regaining something that had been lost. He couldn't wait to take 2 steps forward, his face a little red. His right hand trembled uncontrollably, and he slowly stretched it out. The sword tassel floated pitifully in the air, as if it was waiting for something and also nervous about something. When it saw Chu Yang stretch out his hand to it, it seemed to finally be relieved, and gently floated down from the air, steadily and smoothly falling into Chu Yang's palm. An incomparably familiar and infinitely gentle feeling of satisfaction rose in Chu Yang's heart. Chu Yang even had an inexplicable impulse to put the sword tassel on his mouth and kiss it. Chu Yang gently picked up the sword tassel and gently pressed it against his face. Feeling that extremely soft and intimate touch, he was inexplicably happy and gratified. The Calamity Sword, which was still in midair, let out an extremely loud sword cry. The sword tassel flew up from Chu Yang's hand and agilely went up to meet it. Silently, the first 7 fragments of the sword and the sword tassel merged together. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling light shot up into the air and actually soared for tens of thousands of miles. It was unknown how high it was, or how far it was. The Calamity Sword shuttled back and forth in the air, and in Chu Yang's Calamity space, the sword spirit's expression was unusually solemn, and he sat cross-legged. A voice slowly sounded in Chu Yang's mind, gentle and clear, with infinite affection, as if it was singing and dancing, singing and dancing. Chu Yang's dreamlike feeling rose again. Chapter 1597. This was the 8th sword technique of the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang's body shook violently, and he almost fainted, because he was not unfamiliar with this sword technique at all. Was it the poem that Shui Leihan had written that day? Could it be? So this was the sword technique of the Calamity Sword? Chu Yang felt that his brain was not enough to comprehend. So Qinggu was the last calamity that had yet to appear. But wasn't the Calamity Sword not allowed to have women? And not allowed to have the same surname? Why? Why was it so strange? However, in the Calamity space, the moment these 4 sword techniques sounded, the sword spirit stood up. An illusory sword appeared in his hand, and he slowly waved it. The 8th sword technique of the Calamity Sword. It had finally appeared. Only now could the Calamity Sword be said to be complete. The sword body, the sword hilt, the sword tassel, the entire sword was complete. As Chu Yang expected, the sword technique accompanying the sword tassel of the Calamity Sword focused on softness. Endless murderous intent was displayed amidst the infinite gentleness. Unknowingly and unknowingly, the layout was completed and the final kill was achieved. The sword tassel accompanying the sword technique meant that hard cannot last long and soft cannot be defended. The basic concept was to wait for the enemy's sharpness to be slightly dampened before immediately launching the sharpest counterattack. These 4 sword techniques were the rare defensive and offensive moves of the Calamity Sword technique. But in terms of destructive power, they were not inferior to the previous moves. Moreover, the attack power of this move was highly concentrated. It was really a killer move that could be used to counterattack. As light as a dream, it was gradually accumulating power while floating and defending. While protecting oneself so that wind and rain could not penetrate, it was accumulating power bit by bit. As enchanting as a sea of blood and a mountain of bones, It was the continuous accumulation of power before the defense was activated. It formed a special force field that was completely formed within the defense without the enemy's knowledge. Lord Ast, who wielded his sword for 1,000 miles, once again revealed his sharpness and began to counterattack. He fought for the relative initiative and the initiative. His moves were extremely complicated and ingenious. Brilliant moves were used to confuse the enemy. He had to give the enemy a huge shock and recover his previous passive situation. And on the basis of the first 3 moves, the 4th move was a fatal blow. Life and death followed to the heavens. Fatal blow, fatal blow, fatal blow. By the time this move was unleashed, the accumulated power had already exceeded the user's cultivation by tens of times. This kind of power far exceeded the user's own limits. According to normal logic, after this move was made, it was unknown whether or not it could hit the enemy. However, this power had already been released and returned to nothingness. However, these 4 moves were connected in an ingenious way. The power of each move was intercepted, even including the power of the enemy's previous attack. Therefore, when the last move was launched, it was equivalent to adding the power of both the enemy and himself together, multiplying the power by several times. Suddenly, a sharp counterattack was launched. Who could block such an attack? It was precisely because of the combination of the enemy's strength that it was called life and death entanglement. Since it was a decisive battle, of course, it would be 1 life and 1 death. There was no doubt about it. As for reaching the sky, it would send the enemy straight to the Western Paradise. How could it be limited to just reaching the sky? The power of the 4 moves combined into one was really unimaginable. Even the most conservative estimate was that it was more than 20 times Chu Yang's peak battle power. Of course, this power did not mean that it really increased Chu Yang's strength by 20 times. To achieve this kind of superpower, there was a prerequisite, and that was that Chu Yang could use these 4 moves continuously. As long as this process was completed smoothly, Chu Yang could definitely kill all enemies above his level. This even included experts at the level of supreme martial artist. As for those above the level of supreme martial artist, they were not people that Chu Yang could deal with at present. However, such people did not exist in the heavens. Secondly, such enemies were more knowledgeable and would definitely not give Chu Yang the chance to use these 4 moves. Therefore, he did not consider it. Chu Yang closed his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something, but in fact, his spirit was immersed in the tribulation space to practice his sword. The real complete tribulation sword shone in his hand, and the newly added sword tassel lay gently on his hand. He performed the sword moves over and over again. Every time he used them, he would have a completely new understanding. Chu Yang was surprised to find that his cultivation was advancing rapidly in this gentle atmosphere. Unknowingly, he had taken another big step forward. New spiritual energy like soft water constantly came from the tribulation sword and entered his body, into his meridians. This was also the power derived from the return of the sword tassel. Chu Yang focused on practicing his sword and was unaware of this change. It was only when a roar that sounded like an explosion suddenly came from his body that Chu Yang realized that he had inexplicably broken through to the level of a 7th grade supreme martial artist. Previously, except for Rue Butong, who had broken through to the level of a 7th grade supreme martial artist by chance due to the Phoenix Clan's Nirvana technique, his cultivation leaped to become the top of the brothers. Tribulation and the others were all stuck at the level of supreme martial artist. Even Chu Yang, the master of the tribulation sword, was no exception. Although a breakthrough was a matter of time, this sooner or later was an unknown. Now, not only did the sword tassel return smoothly, the bottleneck that had not been broken for a long time was also broken. This was a happy occasion. Chu Yang sensed that his cultivation had broken through. While he was happy, he also felt that the power of the sword tassel did not disappear because he had broken through the bottleneck. It was still pouring in endlessly, pushing the cultivation that had just broken through the bottleneck to continue to climb, from slow to fast, gradually increasing in speed and rushing forward. Could this be the benefit brought about by the return of the 8th fragment of the tribulation sword? Chu Yang asked in his heart. Naturally, the person who asked this question could not be anyone else but the sword spirit. However, The sword spirit ignored Chu Yang's question and did not answer. Chu Yang continued to concentrate on practicing his sword. However, at this moment, he was already somewhat familiar with the trajectories of these 4 moves. When he grasped some of the key points, he was extremely shocked to find that his current cultivation had actually been rushed to the peak of a 7th grade supreme martial artist. It seemed that he could break through to the 8th grade at any time. What's going on? Is it an illusion? It can't be. Chu Yang was stunned. It was no wonder that Chu Yang was puzzled and surprised. One must know that above the level of supreme martial artist, every advancement required countless years of practice, and the level of cultivation required was often more than 10 times, or even 100 times more than before. For example, if one only needed 1 drop of energy to break through to a 2nd grade supreme martial artist, then one would need at least 100 drops of energy to break through to a 3rd grade supreme martial artist. On the other hand, if one only needed the energy of 1 mountain to break through to a 7th grade supreme martial artist, then one would need the energy of 1,000 mountains to break through to an 8th grade supreme martial artist. This was how it increased, almost at a crazy geometric rate. This was also why people like Xiao Qinyu, Li Chuanbua, and the others could only stop at the level of supreme martial artist after more than 10,000 years of cultivation. It was really the reason why it was harder to break through the later stages of cultivation. It was also why, although Bu Luqing and the others were only at the peak of a 2nd grade supreme martial artist, they formed an absolute pressure on all the experts of the same grade and even higher level. It was also because of this. I don't know this time either. I really don't know. The sword spirit finally spoke. When the previous owners of the Calamity Sword received the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword, their experiences were completely different from yours. They didn't receive any energy transfer from the sword tassel, only the benefits of the Calamity Sword. But you, before you received the benefits of the Calamity Sword, you received such a huge gift of energy first. It's really strange, really strange. A thought flashed through Chu Yang's mind. Then, he thoughtfully said, "Do you think that this sword tassel didn't give me any energy before this? But it's now giving me all the energy that it has accumulated for more than 10,000 years? If not, there's really no way to explain such a powerful source of energy. Your analysis is very likely. Other than that, it's really hard to explain." The sword spirit said seriously, "Maybe it's because you're the last owner of the Calamity Sword, and also the true owner of the Calamity Sword. It's reasonable for the sword tassel to have such an abnormality." Chu Yang made an "oh" sound. Although he was still surprised by this change in his heart, he didn't dwell on it anymore. Although this change was shocking, it was only beneficial to him. After eating a few elixirs and drinking a few mouthfuls of spring water from the spring of life, the energy given by the sword tassel was still flowing in continuously. It was as if a woman had waited for her lover for 100,000 years and couldn't wait to give everything she had to him completely. Finally, it was time to break through to the 8th grade. Chu Yang was even prepared to endure an extremely difficult breakthrough journey. But who would have thought that he didn't feel the breakthrough for a long time? Even at the moment of breakthrough, it was as if a layer of window paper had been poked open. There was almost no obstruction at all. The whole process was extremely fast, and he didn't feel any pain at all. This is too abnormal, isn't it? I'm already an 8th grade supreme martial artist? Are you kidding me? Chu Yang's scalp was numb by this process. It was so strangely smooth that he hadn't even dreamed of it before. It was so smooth that it made his heart palpitate and fluster. However, the spiritual energy was still flowing endlessly, as if there was no end to it. Chu Yang didn't practice the sword at this time, and only helplessly watched his meridians being filled with spiritual energy that suddenly came out of nowhere. Then, it swelled again, and in an indescribable gentleness, it gradually continued to push forward. Elementary grade continued to push forward. The speed might be very slow, but it didn't have any intention of stopping at all. It moved forward firmly and persistently, completely ignoring all resistance. This is a good thing, but isn't it a little too good? What the hell? Chu Yang and the sword spirit sighed at the same time. Chapter 1598. Dream on. The sword spirit snorted. Do you think it's so easy to reach the supreme grade? Even if you're the Tribulation Sword Master, you still need to cultivate, accumulate, and gain experience. How can you reach the top in one step? However, less than a quarter of an hour after the Sword Spirit finished speaking, Chu Yang already said strangely, Sword Spirit, I'm already at the peak of 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist now. I'm definitely not joking, I'm absolutely serious. How is this possible? The Sword Spirit was instantly petrified. This was too exaggerated. He was already at the peak of 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist? He had just said that it was impossible in his dreams. Could his dreams really come true? Could he really reach the top in one step? Just as Chu Yang was shocked and speechless, and the Sword Spirit was petrified and in disbelief, the spiritual energy in Chu Yang's meridians began to gradually boil and slowly accumulate, forming a situation similar to that on the eve of a tsunami. It seemed that if he moved even a little, the mountains would collapse and the earth would split open at any time. Chu Yang held his forehead with one hand and sighed softly, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse. He smiled bitterly and turned to look at his Dantian. With one look, he couldn't help but let out a hiss. Previously, there were only 100 or so strands of primordial real silk, but now there were more than 1,000 strands. It had actually increased by almost 10 times and seemed to be continuing to increase. When did this thing become so much? What exactly is going on? Chu Yang opened his eyes and looked at the sword tassel attached to the back of his hand. He said softly, Sword tassel, is this also given to me by you? The sword tassel slid gently across the back of his hand with infinite tenderness. The next moment, Chu Yang only felt the internal energy in his body suddenly explode violently. His whole body also seemed to completely shatter at that moment. Even his consciousness turned into stars and scattered all over the sky. Then, an unprecedented feeling of ease arose spontaneously. In the outside world, Chu Yang's clothes turned into ashes with the sudden explosion of his internal energy. His whole body was clean and smooth, without a trace. With the explosion of his internal energy, spots of black filth suddenly appeared on the surface of Chu Yang's body. The black filth gradually increased and gradually covered his whole body. The filth had a pungent smell that made one feel nauseous. Apart from the unpleasant smell, the black filth was almost liquid in nature and extremely viscous. Although it looked black, it gave people a feeling of transparency. Chu Yang was completely unaware of all these changes. The true elemental energy in his body was flowing like a clear and transparent river. However, there was an abnormally heavy aura coming from his body. Like the majestic clouds and mountains, the vast earth. At the side, Dukyu let out a heartfelt sigh of envy. Dukyu wasn't unfamiliar with Chu Yang's current situation. He had also experienced it before, supreme grade, heavenly spirit body refinement. Within his body, his muscles, bones, meridians, and organs, all the impurities and impurities within his body were expelled at this moment. Only at this moment would a cultivator have a great opportunity to gain enlightenment. That was the Earth realm, Earth level. However, in the Chongtian continent, this heaven-bestowed enlightenment was called heaven-bestowed immortal opportunity. This was because only at the moment of breakthrough would there be such an opportunity to gain enlightenment. If one could grab hold of it, it would be a great opportunity. If one couldn't grab hold of it, then it would be missed forever, because it would never appear again. When Dukyu broke through, he had grabbed hold of such an opportunity for a full 15 minutes. As far as he knew, such an opportunity was mostly just a flash in the pan for most people. There weren't many who had more than a normal person's breath. That time, he had grabbed hold of it for a full 15 minutes. This time limit could definitely be said to be above the universe, looking down on the past and present. Now, such a heaven-bestowed immortal opportunity had also appeared in Chu Yang. Would Chu Yang be able to grab hold of this opportunity? If he did, how long would he be able to grab hold of it? Chu Yang's state of mind had already entered an extremely mysterious realm at this moment. It was as if he was surrounded by heavy soil, but it was filled with an ancient aura of life. At the moment when he broke through to supreme grade, he finally understood. Why would a supreme grade strength be so terrifying, almost able to stand above all things in the world, almost able to break the laws of nature and be invincible? All of this was because a supreme-grade martial artist could already peek into the way of the earth. Chu Yang suddenly felt a little ironic. Originally, the entire continent had been talking about the heavenly Tao and was trying to break through the so-called heavenly Tao. But he didn't expect that all martial artists were actually so far away from the path of the heavenly Tao. As a human, one had to first cultivate the human path. Then, who knew how long it would take before one could talk about the way of the earth? After the way of the earth, it was the way of the heavenly Tao, the way of the heavens. After that, it was the great Tao. But how could the way of the heavens be so easy to prove? Chu Yang chuckled. He wandered in this land of earth aura that had suddenly appeared and existed for an unknown period of time. He didn't think of anything and didn't even want to get any specific enlightenment from here. His mind was clean, like a piece of white paper without any color, floating freely in this land of earth realm. No heart, no thoughts, no thoughts, no thoughts, no intentions, no desires, no hopes, no fights, no demands, nothing at all. In the surroundings, there was a constant stream of earthy yellow light flying past. Those that stuck to the white paper stuck to it and slipped away from the side. Just like that, they slipped away. Everything was up to fate. Time passed by quietly just like that. A breath passed by. 2 breaths passed by. 10 breaths passed by. 15 minutes passed by. Dukyu stood quietly at the side, watching Chu Yang attentively. At this moment, the impurities that had appeared on Chu Yang's body due to his advancement to the supreme martial artist level slowly dried up as Chu Yang's cultivation continued to increase. Gradually, they left the surface of his skin. In the next moment, they scattered into pieces of smelly dust and then disappeared. After a while, even the smell was gone. It was as if Chu Yang hadn't gone through such a cleansing of his muscles and marrow. However, if Minister Chu wasn't completely clean, then it would really be as if nothing had happened. Dukyu believed that even if Chu Yang woke up, he might not be unaware of everything that had just happened. However, his body was definitely different from before, and it was very different. If his previous body was the earth, then his current body was the high and mighty sky. This was because the cleansing of the marrow and tendons had truly happened before. Dukyu couldn't help but sigh. When he had just broken through, he also didn't know about the changes. Until now, when he saw Chu Yang's breakthrough, he knew that he must have experienced such changes before. Not bad. It's been close to 15 minutes. I wonder if he can reach my level. Dukyu's face revealed an admiring expression. Dukyu was already very surprised that Chu Yang could retain this kind of enlightenment for such a long time. The innate talent of elves in understanding the nature of the world was far above that of humans. An ordinary elf's comprehension ability was far stronger than that of humans. As a pure-blooded royal elf, Dukyu naturally thought that his comprehension ability was undoubtedly the strongest. This was the pride of his race. In fact, Dukyu's pride definitely had the qualifications to be so. Looking at the entire heavenly layer, in the past 100,000 years, there were only a few humans who could be compared to Dukyu. Even the previous masters of the Calamity Sword were far inferior to him. At this moment, seeing that Chu Yang was actually so talented and almost catching up with him, how could he not be shocked? However, he was still lacking by a bit. He should wake up soon. However, as time passed, in the next moment, Dukyu's expression gradually became unsightly. Why isn't it over yet? He's already on par with me. This shouldn't be. It's almost there. After that, Dukyu was completely stunned. Surpassed me. Actually surpassed me. You've already surpassed me. It's time to wake up. After that, 30 minutes passed, and Chu Yang still hadn't woken up. 2 hours passed. Chu Yang was still comprehending. While Chu Yang was comprehending, Dukyu was already petrified. He was so shocked that he was completely speechless. This is a monster. Hiss. Dukyu sucked in cold air and shook his head repeatedly. This guy is definitely not human. How can a human comprehend for such a long time? This really makes me speechless. Chu Yang didn't know how much time had passed, but he knew that it seemed to have been a long time. Just as he entered the earth realm, he heard a cracking sound coming from his body. When he looked inside himself, he was immediately surprised. He saw that his dantian had actually exploded. The next moment, it was reorganized again. His dantian had actually turned into a shape that was very similar to a star. In the center, there was a circle. In the circle, a small calamity sword floated quietly. The surroundings were surrounded by patches of primordial real silk that were purple and lustrous. And the outermost part was the corner of a star. One corner was azure in color. Right now, it had already filled a little bit of almost 1/10 of the space. As for the others, they were either golden in color, green in color, or only a little bit of each color. As for the corner closest to the azure region, it was earthy yellow in color. Right now, there were countless earthy yellow specks of energy that were densely packed and surging towards the center of the region. Once the khaki-colored energy surged in, it was immediately compressed. Visually, the khaki-colored energy had already filled up about 1/10 of the entire space, which was already slightly larger than the azure space, and the khaki-colored energy was still continuously accumulating inside. What Chu Yang didn't know was, Dukyu, who was outside, had already lost the ability to speak. It had been a full 6 hours. 6 hours. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. And that freak still seems to be continuing to comprehend. Oh my God. Is he a human or a demon? Even if he's really a demon, he wouldn't be so freakish. Chapter 1599. Back then, he was already considered a peerless genius when he was able to comprehend for a quarter of an hour. He even thought that he was the best in the world. Now, he had already spent more than 6 hours. Dukyu's face was full of tears. This matter was really too much of a blow. Finally, when the 8th hour had just passed, Chu Yang's whole body shook and he woke up. He shook his body and scratched his head. He said in confusion, "I'm so tired. Why is my body so heavy? Why are my legs so sore? What's going on?" Dukyu lowered his head speechlessly. "You've been standing for 8 hours with only your physical strength. How can your body not be heavy? How can your legs not be sore? Everyone will feel sore. Even if you're a monster, you'll still feel heavy and sore. How's your dantian now?" Sword Spirit clearly saw that the yellow light in Chu Yang's divine sense suddenly flickered. "There's a strange change. It's shaped like a star. It's very strange." Chu Yang touched his chin and was somewhat puzzled. Sword Spirit let out an sound and said with some worry, "Your dual and 5 elements physique has finally taken shape. The road ahead is bleak." Chu Yang didn't understand. He had just obtained an amazing breakthrough and was feeling proud of it. How could the road ahead be bleak? Today's moment of pride doesn't mean eternity. In the future, your road of advancement will be very troublesome, very troublesome. Sword Spirit said, "You're the successor of the heaven-splitting divine technique. This is the most difficult technique to advance in the world. At the same time, it's also the most powerful technique. This in itself restricts your cultivation. The more powerful the technique, the more demanding it is. But not only that, you also have a dual and 5 elements physique. Most people only need 1 or 2 elements to advance in their cultivation. But you, every time you advance, you need to have all 7 elements. Moreover, the quantity of each element is 7 times that of others. It's 7 times more than others. In this way, although you're invincible among your peers and can even defeat stronger opponents, your road of advancement will be 40 times more difficult than others under the same conditions. 70, 40 times. Do you understand?" The Sword Spirit sighed. "You've just broken through and reached the peak of what a heavenly layer practitioner can achieve. You, who are in the prime of your life, may not understand what I'm saying, or may not believe it. But when you reach the Celestial Palace, you'll truly understand the true meaning of these 70 to 40 times. To use the simplest analogy, the person you can beat up this year, after a year of growth, can easily beat you up. The difference is that big." Chu Yang grinned. Sure enough, he didn't take it to heart. He said in an incomparably relaxed manner, "So what?" The Sword Spirit was stunned. "This means that your path will be extremely difficult." Chu Yang insipidly said, "So what if it's rugged? I'll walk my own path. Others also have others' paths. Their paths may be the same, but I'll walk my own path. So, why should I consider others? Don't you think it's redundant?" He laughed loudly and walked forward. Even though I've come this far, I've actually put in more than 70 to 40 times more effort than others. The sword spirit was stunned. He knew that this guy was heartless, but he didn't expect him to be this heartless. In front of him was the Elven Empress throne. The 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword had appeared from here. Chu Yang had already sensed that there was still an unusually large amount of energy hidden here. And this energy must be the benefit of the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. The Tribulation Sword chirped cheerfully. Although the sword chirped, it also carried with it a boundless murderous aura. Duke Yu looked at Chu Yang from the side. He couldn't help but say softly, "Chu Yang, your Dao heart needs to be stable first. If your Dao heart isn't stable, it's easy for unforeseen events to happen." Chu Yang stopped in his tracks and said with a smile, "Brother Yu, you don't have to worry. I've already stabilized it." Already stabilized it? The corners of Duke Yu's mouth twitched, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. "Back then, I spent half a month to stabilize it. You haven't even done anything yet, but you've already stabilized it?" Suddenly, the Tribulation Sword let out an unusually intense sword chirp. It soared into the sky and became a few thousand feet long in the air. Then, it came crashing down like a bolt of lightning. Before Duke Yu and Chu Yang could react, the Elven Empress throne had already been completely shattered by the impact of the Tribulation Sword. It wasn't just the Elven Empress throne. There was also a deep hole in the ground. With a poof, 10 rays of light flew out from the big hole. The thickest ray of light entered Chu Yang's body like lightning. As for the remaining light, it flew out like a meteor and disappeared in an instant. Outside, Mo Tianji and the others were chatting and laughing. Chu Yang accompanied Duke Yu to explore the Elven City without any risk. Everyone already had a consensus on this, so naturally, they weren't worried at all. In fact, Chu Yang and Duke Yu had been away for a long time. It had already been more than half a month. Aside from working hard to improve their own cultivation, Mo Tianji and the others had also found a lot of fun. Previously, they had teased each other and fought in groups. Now, they were doing something else. Everyone sat in a circle. In the middle, a few racks were set up. Below them, a bonfire was blazing. On the racks, many wild rabbits were being roasted. They were already tender yellow in color and emitted a tempting fragrance. Luo Kudi and GMO, these two great gods, were fully focused on the great task of roasting the meat. Their mouths were slurping with saliva. For these two gluttons, it seemed that there was nothing more important than the roasted wild rabbits in front of them. As for their image and whatnot, these two completely ignored it. Eating was the most important thing. So what was image? Once one's cultivation reached the supreme level, one could practice Anidia for a period of time. This period wasn't long, but it was a special ability of supreme-level martial artists. Gu Duxing and the others were all trying out this novel cultivation method. Even Mo Qingwu and Mo Tianji were trying Anidia. Transcending the mortal world was something that only immortals could do. Everyone had long yearned for it. Now that they had the ability to do it, how could they not fulfill their long-cherished wish? However, Second Master Ji and Second Master Luo were accustomed to eating big fish and big meat. The small animals in the elf forest were considered to be very unlucky. It just so happened that there were a lot of wild game in the elf forest that could be eaten at any time. Moreover, the meat quality of the wild game in the elf forest was also not something that the secular world could compare to. It was extraordinary and tasted very good. These two people didn't skip a single meal. They ate until their mouths and hands were covered in oil. In this half a month's time, they seemed to have gained a lot of fat on their bodies. These two have been in there for a long time. Mo Tianji looked at the 17 lines he drew on the ground and said softly, "Today is already the afternoon of the 17th day." Gu Duxing grunted and muttered to himself, 17 days? It's already been 17 days, however. A sharp sword light flashed in his eyes. Mo Tianji shook his head and stopped him. He said, "I believe that there won't be any accidents. Brother, you definitely won't harm boss." Gu Duxing snorted lightly and said, "If something really happens to boss, I will slaughter the entire dark bamboo." Mo Tianji nodded in agreement. When Dong Wushang heard this, he suddenly raised his head. Mo Tianji smiled. It's fine, it's fine. Dong Wushang snorted and said, "How can it be fine? I clearly heard it just now. Why? Boss is actually in danger this time? You only listened to the third, but not the fourth. I was just making an assessment just now. When did I say that Boss Chu is in danger?" Mo Tianji rolled his eyes in annoyance. These few fellows were a little stubborn. They clearly knew that nothing would happen, but they still couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario. Then, they gritted their teeth. It was probably because they had too much free time that they were looking for trouble for themselves. However, at this moment, a mysterious and unusual aura suddenly rose from the ground. All the brothers were shocked and became alert. They weren't afraid of anything happening now. They were just worried that nothing would happen. GMO and Luoku D, these two gluttons, also stood up. They gave up on the delicious wild hare that was about to be roasted and pressed their hands on the hilt of their swords. Eating was indeed important, but some things were even more important than the sky, especially things related to Boss Chu. Then, they saw four mysterious lights suddenly rushing out from the ground. Boom! The next moment, extremely bright lights flashed and lit up the world. The light was so dazzling that even the light of the sun was suppressed. In that area of extreme brilliance, everyone clearly saw that the previous four lights were divided into one red and three white. The red light was the most magnificent, but its power was several times that of the other three lights. It connected the sky and the earth, penetrating through the universe. However, this aurora phenomenon only lasted for a moment before the extreme brilliance dissipated. Only the most magnificent red light paused for a moment, as if it was looking for a target. Suddenly, it bloomed with a dreamlike blurry brilliance and actually rushed into Mo Qingwu's delicate body at lightning speed. This change happened too suddenly. Mo Qingwu only had time to let out an ah before the red light completely disappeared into her body without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared before. This series of unforeseen events had happened too quickly. In fact, it would be too slow to describe it as swift as a clap of thunder. It wasn't just Mo Qingwu. Everyone else didn't have enough time to react. By the time they finally regained their senses, everything had already happened. In fact, it had already ended. For the first time, Mo Tianji felt that the situation was completely out of his control. He had completely lost control of this sudden and unforeseen event. His heart was in a state of panic. He strode towards Mo Qingwu and asked nervously, "Little Wu, how are you? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" A perplexed look appeared on Mo Qingwu's face. She said softly, hesitantly and uncertainly, "I didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Everything happened too quickly, really too quickly. I really didn't feel anything." The little girl was a little flustered. Her words were also a little incoherent. Chapter 1600. Ao Xieyun rubbed his chin and furrowed his brows as he guessed, "Up until now, Tribulation's last trial has not been decided. According to Boss Chu, there should be the 8th fragment of the Tribulation sword here. That light that suddenly shot out might be the change caused by the 8th fragment. However, that light only chose Xiao Wu. Let me make a bold assumption. Could Xiao Wu be Tribulation's last trial?" Mo Tianji pondered and considered the possibility of Ao Xieyun's words. Everyone's eyes lit up. If Ao Xieyun's guess was true, then the tribulation was complete. It was a great blessing that the tribulation combined. However, Rue Batong liked to disagree with Ao Xieyun the most. He said, "If those few rays of light really represent tribulations, and little Wu has obtained one of them, then it's the last tribulation. Then, what do the remaining 3 rays of light mean? Could it be that there's still a 10th and 11th tribulation?" Everyone was speechless. What Rue Batong said made sense. Yes, the other 3 had flown away without a trace. Who knew where they went? If they judged the tribulation based on this, it would be too far-fetched. At this stage, it was indeed impossible to judge what the 4 lights meant. What did they symbolize? At the same time, Chu Yang also felt something in his heart, or perhaps his body felt something. After a white light flew out, it silently turned back. It seemed that it had just gone outside for a stroll. Then, with a schwa sound, it disappeared into Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang was startled. He thought, "What's going on? Did I get rewarded again?" Why did I say again? Who asked me to be rewarded more than once during this period of time? However, upon closer inspection, he found that the white light had indeed entered his body. However, he wasn't the one who was rewarded, because the white light had really entered the tribulation space in his body. It had entered Wu Qianqian's body, which was in a state of deep sleep. The person who rewarded him was Wu Qianqian. Chu Yang was startled. He pondered for a long time but still couldn't figure out what was going on. The only conclusion he could come up with was that the white light had gone out for a walk. It realized that its target was actually the tribulation space in his body. Then, it turned back. However, the territory of this white light was too high. No external force could enter his tribulation space. This white light was an exception. It was really impressive. Iron Cloud Imperial Palace, lower 3 heavens. Tai Butian, the Emperor of Iron Cloud, was leaning against the railing and looking out, thinking about her lover. Although Chu Yang had come and left in a hurry previously, he had left Tai Butian with endless sweet memories. When Chu Yang left, Tai Butian had stood here to send him off. It was precisely because of that day that Tai Butian had developed a new habit. Every once in a while, he would come here and look into the distance. Even though he knew that he was just waiting in vain, he still had hope. Or perhaps that heartless person would suddenly return. However, as the days went by, Chu Yang still didn't return. Over time, Tai Butian also developed this habit. The guards stood far behind. No one dared to make the slightest movement. They all knew that the emperor must not be disturbed at this time. They all held their breaths and did not dare to speak. Are you okay? Tai Butian's eyes flashed with tenderness. He looked at the distant horizon and sighed in his heart. If she was willing to abandon everything and follow him, then perhaps she wouldn't have to suffer the pain of lovesickness, right? But how could I bear to do it? Let's go back. Tai Butian turned slightly and was about to return to the palace. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Be careful. In the horizon, a ray of magnificent white light suddenly fell. It was like a white rainbow that stretched across the entire sky, traversing thousands of miles. In an instant, it had already reached the top of Iron Cloud Citadel. However, in an instant, it transformed into the most graceful and luxurious bright yellow color. It was like an emperor's robe, majestic beyond compare. The bright yellow light flashed and the magnificent light directly entered Tai Butian's body. At this moment, the exclamations of the crowd didn't even have time to die down. Everything had happened too suddenly and ended too quickly. Tai Butian only felt a little dizzy. As the person involved, she still didn't understand what had happened. She couldn't help but frown and ask, "What happened just now?" "Congratulations, Your Majesty. This is the energy of a divine dragon descending from the heavens and entering your body. Dragon energy entering your body. You are the master of the heavens. The royal family of Iron Cloud will be protected by the heavens. We will rule the world and live forever." The military officials and guards near and far knelt down at the same time. The strange phenomenon in the sky this time should have happened to His Majesty the Emperor. This was a great auspicious sign. Ning Tianya, who was concentrating on cultivating in a secret place in the royal palace, frowned. He raised his eyes and looked at the sky thoughtfully. He frowned and thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of a reason. He could conclude that the white rainbow had nothing to do with the so-called dragon energy. However, he couldn't really explain it. Moreover, the strangest thing was that although the white light had nothing to do with the dragon energy, it carried an unlimited amount of the emperor's energy. Why was this? Ning Tianya was also confused. The only thing he could be sure of was that the white rainbow didn't have any negative effects. That was enough. As for the other strange phenomenon in the royal palace, little Tai Yang was still in the pool, continuing his daily game. His little face was a little dignified now. That strange tree was placed in the water again. Those transparent beads rushed up and up with the water, then broke and fell down. Life and death, life and death, life and death. There were also struggles, giving up, escaping, and so on. As for the white light, the little guy didn't seem to notice it and ignored it. In the distant heavenly imperial court, the never-before-smelled Jiangnan, the small and exquisite secular little house. Zixieqing, who hadn't been seen for a long time, was sitting quietly in a black bamboo forest. She was feeling the qi of heaven and earth to nourish her own qi. Ever since she had successfully cultivated her body and transformed into a human, Zixieqing could feel that even her temperament seemed to have changed a lot. However, once the demonic aura in her body had dissipated, it was really not an easy task to gather spiritual energy as a human and start the path of cultivation again. Until now, even with the rich experience of the past, the excellent cultivation place, and the cultivation resources, he had only recovered half of his cultivation in the past. Since returning here, Zixieqing had been concentrating on her cultivation. She didn't come out of seclusion and used all her effort, and perseverance to recover her cultivation. However, in order to transform into a human, her demon core had been destroyed. The speed of her cultivation was very slow. She could only slowly cultivate her 3 dantian as a human and proceed step by step. Zixieqing was a master of cultivation. She was already aware of this process and was not in a hurry. She knew where her foundation was. As long as she was willing to put in the effort, there would be a day when she would succeed again. Especially now that she had shed her demonic body, in essence, she had truly begun to walk the path of great Tao. Her future was bright and smooth. During this period, the demon race's grandmaster, who was once in the death tribulations, had also recovered. He came to Jiangnan and visited her almost every 3 days. He didn't mention anything about pursuing her, but just chatted and talked about their cultivation experiences and interesting things in the martial world. Zixieqing was very annoyed. She had gone through countless hardships and endured so many hardships before she could cultivate her body and become a human. The main reason was to draw a clear line with the demon race. How could she accept his feelings now? Not to mention the fact that he already had another person in his heart. However, the other party's status was so high, and he had the power of the entire demon race behind him. Zixieqing really couldn't reject him outright and could only pretend to be polite. Every time they spoke a few words, she would hurriedly ask him to leave. She used a tactful way to reject him. "I have no interest in you. Don't come and pester me anymore." Unexpectedly, the demon race's grandmaster was defeated time and time again. But the more he was defeated, the braver he became and the more interested he became in her. It was as if being defeated here and being rejected time and time again had ignited his fighting spirit. Zixieqing couldn't wait to crush this fly to death. However, firstly, the other party's status was too high and she couldn't do that. Secondly, this demon race's grandmadam was also extremely powerful and she wasn't his match yet. Moreover, this demon race's grandmaster was too polite and well-mannered. He followed the rules and was very amiable. She didn't even have a reason to be angry and could only feel depressed. At this thought, Zixieqing couldn't help but sigh. There would be a lot of trouble in this matter. It was really a headache. Coincidentally, at this moment, a mystical white light came from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was extremely fast, and by the time he noticed it, the white light had already entered his body. Although Zixieqing's cultivation had only recovered to its normal level, it was still incomparable to a heaven-layer cultivator. After this change, she couldn't help but be stunned. Just when she was about to activate her cultivation to protect herself, she inexplicably felt that the mark of the great Tao in her body was in a state of loosening. This change made Zixieqing overjoyed. The loosening of the mark of the great Tao meant that her cultivation was just around the corner. However, there were still a few more surprises that came one after another. Previously, because she had to shed her demon body and transform into a human body, the original demon core naturally had to be destroyed. This was an inevitable process of a demon body transforming into a human body. Zixieqing destroyed her own demon core with great perseverance. However, although the demon core was broken, the demon origin was not destroyed. The destroyed demon core dispersed into a majestic demon aura and remained in her body. Zixieqing was helpless about this. She could only slowly erase it bit by bit and transform it into the most primitive spiritual qi. Then, she could condense it and purify it. It could be said that the source of her cultivation in the past had now become the biggest obstacle to her improvement. Zi Xieching's cultivation stagnated, and this had a lot to do with the demon origin. However, as soon as this mystical white light appeared, a huge change suddenly occurred. It was as if a scorching sun had appeared in the sky, instantly dispersing the haze. However, as it circulated within his body, the boundless demonic qi transformed from the demon core was instantly swept away and transformed into the purest form of Yuan qi. Chapter 1601. As the demonic aura disappeared completely, the biggest obstacle to Zi Xieching's cultivation had disappeared. It had even turned into a great help. Zi Xieching's body trembled. She could clearly feel that her cultivation was increasing rapidly like a river bursting through a dam. Or rather, it was recovering. It only took 2 to 3 breaths of time. The white mist above her head was dense and mysterious. The next moment, the white fog above her head turned into red, white, and yellow flower buds. The 3 flowers bloomed slowly above her head. Other than the 3 flowers blooming, there were also 5 mysterious and unusual auras spiraling and rising, churning in the air above her head. Zi Xieching seemed to have already known how to deal with them. She opened her mouth slightly and inhaled. The 5 auras were all sucked into her nose and mouth. It was the 3 flowers above head, 5 qis collecting, and it was complete overnight. Zi Xieching's face lit up. She did not know where the white light came from and why it had such a magical effect. But she knew clearly that her cultivation had recovered to its original peak. It had even improved. After all, the mark of the great Tao had loosened. That was something more worth celebrating than dissolving all the demonic aura. Perhaps today was really Zi Xieching's lucky day, because the surprises so far were at best just the beginning. The next moment, the power in her body was still rising steadily, increasing gradually, and actually continuously hitting new heights. Such progress was unbelievable. It was as if she had become a god. Zi Xieching was shocked. She quickly put away her joyful mood and focused her mind. She started to operate her cultivation. After a long time, there was a loud boom. Crack, crack, crack. Zi Xieching's bones made a sound. Zi Xieching opened her eyes slowly. Her eyes were shining. It was not like they were solid. Instead, it had truly condensed into a solid form and was 3 feet tall. Heaven level. She had finally reached the realm of heaven level. She looked up at the sky. Reaching the realm of heaven level was a happy thing, but it was accompanied by another danger. Reaching the realm of heaven level would definitely be accompanied by a thunder tribulation. In the sky, clouds swarmed in from all directions. In an instant, dark clouds covered the city. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds. They rotated slowly and were ready to strike. A horrifying heavens might suddenly reach the top. It was as if the whole earth was going to be flattened. That terrifying feeling caused everyone within a radius of several hundred miles to tremble in fear. Humans could not be compared to heaven. So, once one's cultivation reached the realm of heaven level, heaven would send down a thunder tribulation accordingly. From this moment onwards, one's cultivation was truly a battle with heaven, snatching one's own Tao from heaven's great Tao. It was fun for humans to fight with heaven. However, this pleasure came at the price of one's life. Zi Xieching's face was expressionless. Her clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. She was actually calm and composed. All around them, countless people's faces were filled with shock as they looked up at the sky. Looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky, the heavenly tribulation had reappeared. Which expert had actually broken through to such an enviable level here? Ever since the beautiful lady in white escorted Zi Xieching back to the south, she had fallen in love with the elegance and quietness of this place and had been staying here. At this moment, she was also the first to fly out of her room. After all, her cultivation was very high. When he looked over, he couldn't help but be shocked. It's actually a heavenly tribulation? It shouldn't be. There are no such experts in seclusion anywhere. If there were, how could I not know about it? How could this be? Then, he asked loudly, "Little Z, how are you now? Are you okay? There is a cultivator going through a thunder tribulation here. Let's leave quickly. If there is any delay, we will be implicated." This was not a mistake in the lady's judgment. Even when Zi Xieching's cultivation was at its peak in the past, There was still a long way to go before reaching the heaven stage. Moreover, now that her cultivation had regressed greatly, the lady in white would never have thought that Zixing had reached the heaven stage. But the next moment, Zixing's voice was heard. "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that I've just broken through the realm of heaven level. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, the thunder tribulation will see you as an enemy." The beautiful woman in white thought quickly. Without hesitation, she turned into a streamer and flew out of the little house of the red dust. If she was regarded as a joint enemy by the thunder tribulation, it wouldn't be a joke. The thunder tribulation would be doubled at every turn. Moreover, it wouldn't stop until she was dead. Even with the ability of the beautiful woman in white, she didn't dare to try it lightly. Until she landed outside, the woman was still in shock and doubt. She muttered to herself, "She broke through? How could she break through? Wasn't this too inconceivable? With such a long distance, it would be an accident to break through within 100 years. How could she break through to the realm of heaven level now? I don't understand. I don't understand." The woman was not to be blamed for losing her composure. Zixing's breakthrough was really against common sense. To the woman who was very familiar with Zixing's current level of cultivation, it was naturally a strange thing that she could not understand. Another ray of white light flashed and the demon clan landed in front of the woman. "Aunt, what's going on? Is there a great cultivator hiding near us? I've used my divine sense to check these few days. There is no such cultivator nearby. There is no great cultivator hiding. But she broke through," the woman said softly. Her voice was still filled with disbelief and surprise. "She broke through? You mean Miss Zixing broke through to the realm of heaven level?" The demon clan was shocked. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? Are you kidding? Kidding? How can I joke about this? The truth is right in front of us. What's impossible?" The woman sighed deeply. This little Z is indeed the #1 genius in the history of the demon clan. She turned the impossible into a great achievement. What a pity! What a pity! The pity mentioned by the woman was naturally referring to Zixing's withdrawal from the demon clan. However, the demon clan's gaze was even more heated. Such a beauty, such an achievement, such a talent, such a beauty, how can I give up? At this moment, a white figure floated. Zixing, who was in the little red dust house, rose into the air. She charged towards the thunder tribulation in the sky. At the same time, the thunder tribulation moved. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Countless flashes of lightning shot out like arrows, vowing to destroy the mortal who dared to blaspheme its power. At the moment when her body came into contact with the flashes of lightning, she felt an unprecedented vibration. A long-lost longing flashed across Zixing's heart. At such a moment of interaction between man and heaven, one's senses were exceptionally sensitive. That extraordinary figure suddenly appeared in Zixing's heart at this moment. Sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Dressed in black, he was proud and unyielding, and had a graceful demeanor. "Is this mystical white light because of you?" "It must be." Zixing, who had given her the most ideal answer, revealed an extremely gentle and elegant smile. She waved her long sleeves and clashed with the flashes of lightning without backing down. Boom! Heaven's continent. Fairy forest. Regarding the previous accident, Imo Qingwu suddenly had a red light enter her body. Imo Tianji and the rest were puzzled by this and could not figure it out. What exactly is going on? This is too strange. It's better to be safe than sorry. Imo Tianji subconsciously took out the copper coin of destiny and prepared to divine to find out what was going on. After all, this was related to Little Wu. He had to be cautious. The mental cultivation method was already activated, and the copper coin was already in midair. It even started to flicker with golden light. Suddenly, something strange happened again. In a trance, the sky suddenly fell into darkness. Pitch-black clouds had appeared out of nowhere. The entire sky was completely covered, and not a single trace of light could be seen. What's going on? Is it another extraterrestrial demon? Ao Xieyun and Dong Wushang suddenly stood up, one on the left and one on the right, as if they were facing a great enemy. It was no wonder that the two of them had such doubts. Everyone else also had the same thought. The current situation was very similar to the situation of the heavenly demons. At this moment, the entire heavenly layer was plunged into darkness. Everyone was in a state of panic. What's going on? What's going on? Why has the entire sky turned dark? Could it be that a demon is about to appear? What's going on recently? Oh my God, this is too scary, isn't it? I'm so anxious. The big clans. Everyone was also looking up at the sky, but their thoughts were different from ordinary people. The reason was simple. Previously, when Chu Yang appeared to solve the current crisis, even if Xiao Qinyu denied it, it still gave the big clans a warning that there was an extraterrestrial demon invading the heavens. In fact, the extraterrestrial demon was the common enemy of the big clans and Chu Yang. They all wanted to get rid of it, but to the big clans, Chu Yang was even more dangerous. He was the destined one who would destroy the big clans. Therefore, even if Chu Yang first expressed his goodwill, the big clans were unwilling to accept it. Yi clan. The Yi clan master, Yi Qianqian, looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. He couldn't understand it now. Was this change caused by the extraterrestrial demon? Or was it actually caused by the Tribulation Sword Master? Yi Qianqian was very gratified when Yi Zue suddenly broke free from the demon heart and returned to the clan to tell them what happened. But the news that Yi Zue brought back also made Yi Qianqian's heart as heavy as lead. The extraterrestrial demon had really appeared in the heavens continent. Also, the Dharma Supreme, who was almost the #1 person in the heavens continent, also cultivated demonic techniques and belonged to the extraterrestrial demon lineage. In such troubled times, how could such an unimaginable thing suddenly appear on the table? The Tribulation Sword Master was about to succeed, and this was already a headache for the big clans. Who would have thought that another extraterrestrial demon would appear at this juncture? Where should we go from here? Yi Qianqian's mind was in a mess. For a moment, his mind was in a mess, and he couldn't figure out what to do. Perhaps it's time to gather everyone in the big clans and discuss it together. Yi Qianqian sighed heavily. If this goes on, I'm afraid it's really over. Everything is over. Chapter 1602. However, just when everyone in the heavenly layer heavens was in a state of shock, all of a sudden, 10 streaks of white light shot down from the sky in the midst of the endless darkness. These 10 beams of white light appeared from nowhere. They were extremely majestic, connecting the heavens and the earth, piercing through the universe. It was as if 10 heavenly pillars had suddenly appeared in the heavenly layer. They stood between the heavens and the earth in such a majestic and domineering manner. The next moment, an awe-inspiring sword chime resounded through the sky. The 10 beams of light intersected with each other and transformed into a huge sword, silently and majestically lying horizontally in the sky. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but be shocked, and their eyebrows twitched. Yi Qianqian stared at the strange phenomenon in the sky and closed his eyes tiredly. He muttered, "This strange phenomenon is indeed caused by the Tribulation Sword Master. This means that the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword has been found. The Tribulation Sword Master is close to being invincible. It's hard to find an opponent in the heavenly layer. This also means that the end of the big clans is near, and the end is near." In the elf forest, Emo Tianji and the others stared at the sky in shock. For a moment, they were also greatly shocked. The sudden appearance of the 10 beams of light was like 10 suns suddenly appearing in the darkness, illuminating the heavens and the earth brighter than ever before. However, only they could tell that these 10 beams of light actually didn't descend. They were still a little distance away from connecting to the earth. Of course, only Emo Tianji and the others knew the truth. That was because the 10 pillars of light were right above their heads. What's going on? Could it be that the sudden darkness isn't caused by the heavenly demon but by Boss? Gu Duxing frowned and asked. It should be. I reckon that Boss has already found the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. It's because of the return of the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword that caused this strange phenomenon. Emo Tianji calmly kept the copper coin in his hand. That's a good thing. This thing in the sky is also a good thing. Since it's a good thing, why isn't it descending? To keep us in suspense? Regarding this question, actually, all the brothers had the same thought. From the looks of it, It was obviously going to descend. Everyone already had a feeling in their hearts, but why wasn't it descending? It didn't seem right to keep it in suspense, right? City of Elves. After that white light entered his body, Chu Yang suddenly became still. His entire body became motionless, as if he had lost his soul. Dooku looked at him in surprise, even though he knew that this should be the phenomenon of the Calamity Sword. But she didn't know why Chu Yang didn't move. Fortunately, she was right beside him. Fortunately, she and Chu Yang were the only living people in the City of Elves. If two enemies appeared at this time, Chu Yang would be at their mercy. Naturally, Dooku didn't know that Chu Yang's current divine sense was very strong. He had already entered the tribulation space, and this time, he didn't come in on his own accord. Instead, he had suddenly and inexplicably entered it. In the tribulation space, the white light that had broken through the space before was now standing tall. Within the white light, there seemed to be a faint figure. Although the silhouette was faint and almost indistinct, it exuded a boundless majesty, causing people to have the urge to prostrate themselves on the ground and kowtow. In front of the white light, the sword spirit stood there with a pale face. He stood beside Chu Yang. "What's going on? What's wrong with you?" Chu Yang asked. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit was an almost godlike existence, but the current situation seemed to be very bad for the sword spirit. This situation was rather strange. Chu Yang asked the sword spirit, but the sword spirit unexpectedly didn't answer. He just raised his head and looked at him without any intention to speak. Chu Yang's heart trembled, and he immediately felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Because the sword spirit's eyes at this moment, there was hope, but there was also despair and sadness. That was a strange expression of having already resigned to fate. Chu Yang suddenly understood something. The previous few sword fragments were basically accompanied by some danger or tortuous experience when they were obtained. But this time, they didn't experience any danger or test. Chu Yang had long felt that this was abnormal. The 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword was the most important part. How could it be obtained so smoothly and even obtain such terrifying benefits? Looking at the current situation, perhaps the test that hadn't arrived yet, or perhaps the checkpoint, was here? Don't think blindly. I called you in. The faint figure in the white light suddenly began to speak. His voice was very calm and indifferent. However, Chu Yang could clearly hear that this voice actually contained an endless domineering aura, an overwhelming evil aura, and a boundless domineering might that looked down on the world and revolved the universe. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who resist me will perish. Who are you? Chu Yang raised his head and looked at the white light. Who am I? Good question, haha. The figure laughed evilly. I'm naturally the person who created the Calamity Sword. The person who created the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang couldn't help but gasp at this answer. His eyes widened. The figure in front of him was actually the super powerful person who could destroy half of the universe in one battle. The person who created the Calamity Sword casually and dominated the fate of the entire heaven-level continent for 100,000 years? And now, the legendary figure was right in front of him? Yes, as you thought, it's me. The person said lightly. Since you already know it's me, why aren't you kneeling down? Why are you so insensible? If it weren't for the last sentence, Chu Yang really wanted to kneel down and worship the person in front of him. No matter what, the other party had created the Calamity Sword and had done him a great favor. Moreover, he was a super powerful person, an unparalleled expert, an absolute senior, the senior of seniors. Chu Yang felt that kneeling down was something he should do. Even if it was just to show respect, it was something he should do. However, the other party had taken the initiative to ask him to kneel down. Chu Yang was infinitely disgusted by this request. If I'm willing to kneel to you, that's my business. That's my respect for you. But if you want me to kneel, I won't kneel. Want me to kneel and I want to kneel were two different concepts. It was a completely different concept. They were polar opposites. I want to kneel out of my instinctive respect. But if you want me to kneel, you're treating me like a slave. There was no reciprocity at all. So what if it's you? Do I have to kneel just because you want me to? On what basis? Who do you think you are? Chu Yang stood upright. his whole body as straight as a sword. Even in the face of such a peerless, almighty being, his unyielding spirit was still awe-inspiring. Who am I? I'm the person who created the Calamity Sword and gave you the capital to roam the world. I'm the person who created the layered Heaven Divine technique and gave you a limitless future. The white figure said coldly, I have a high position and power. With just a word, I can turn the world upside down. My strength is superb. With just a finger, I can sweep the world. My seniority is high. In the world, I'm the only one. If I ask you to kneel, you won't kneel? Chu Yang said indifferently, you created the Calamity Sword and the layered Heaven Divine technique. You've created me. I should be grateful to you for this, but it can't be a reason for you to make me kneel. Also, I believe that even without me, there will be other Calamity Sword masters. He rolled his eyes and sneered, moreover, the Calamity Sword you created has toyed with me for 2 lifetimes. You've made me wish I was dead. Miserable beyond words. I don't need this favor. Chu Yang laughed. If you don't ask me to kneel, I should. But I should kneel. Just as you said, your strength, seniority, and achievements. Any one of them is worth me kneeling. If you ask me to kneel, I won't. The figure snorted and said, your words are ridiculous. The previous Calamity Sword masters all knelt to me. You're the only one who doesn't kneel? Are my words ridiculous? Not at all. They did kneel, but I'm not them. Chu Yang said indifferently, I have my own pride. A man has gold under his knees. He kneels to the heavens, the earth, and his parents. A man has pride in his heart. A man has pride in his bones and heart. I won't kneel. Chu Yang was originally an extremely arrogant person, but the miserable experiences he had in his previous life had made him extremely cautious in this life. He was afraid that he would have any regrets, tragedies, and regrets in this life. So, he had always been cautious in his words and actions. He was afraid of making any mistakes. Perhaps Chu Yang himself didn't know that his heart was filled with many repressed emotions. But at this moment, this person in the white figure only used a few words to ignite all the repressed emotions hidden in the depths of his heart. So much so that all of it burst out at once. One thought to become iron, one thought to become steel, one thought to become metal and stone. Even in the face of such a powerful master of the universe, I won't kneel. What can you do? Kill me? Death is not a big deal. I won't kneel to you even if I die. I won't kneel. Normally, Chu Yang would assess the situation and assess the situation. However, at this delicate moment, the fire in his heart was burning more and more fiercely. It was already completely uncontrollable. He no longer had any scruples. He spat out everything that was on his mind. Unexpectedly, the white figure began to chuckle. Even if it was a laugh, it was filled with an awe-inspiring evil aura. Somewhere far away, at the top of a mountain, in the misty white clouds, a stone table and a pot of wine. The surrounding immortal spiritual energy shuttled back and forth. The purple energy of the great Tao shuttled back and forth. This was no longer the mortal world. It was the peak of the universe. In this supreme place, all living creatures could only look up from afar, burn incense, and worship. They could never reach this supreme and sacred place. But at this moment, the smell of wine filled the air. How could such a sacred place be reduced to a wine shop? A white-robed man and a black-robed man were sitting opposite each other and drinking. There was only a small wine cup in front of them. A wine pot floated up automatically and poured wine down. After a long time, it still wasn't full, but it was difficult to spill any wine. This was a sacred place to begin with, so it was reasonable for strange things to happen here, so it wasn't strange at all. Hey, old black, take a guess. Will I kneel or not? The white-robed man laughed. Third update, supplement update, chapter 5. Translator, Starve Cleric Editor, Starve Cleric. Chapter 1603. The man in white was dressed in snow-white clothes. He had black hair and a handsome face. He was actually a peerlessly beautiful man. However, no matter how serious and righteous his expression was, there was always an unconcealable sense of wickedness mixed in with his eyebrows, eyes, and expression. Not only did this sense of wickedness not make people feel disgusted, but it also made people feel that he had a unique charm. This charm was indescribable. In any case, people did not dislike it. In fact, they liked it very much. On the other hand, the man in black opposite him was dressed in black. His appearance was also extremely handsome. Only his eyes were like an eagle's. They were breathtaking. In addition, there was an awe-inspiring murderous aura all over his body. His arrogance soared into the sky. He did not hide the feeling of looking at the world as a toy and seeing all living things as grass. These two people made others feel that they were completely out of place. They were two completely opposite types of people. Even if they were to forcefully gather together, they would probably fight until the sky and earth were turned upside down. But now, they were sitting at the same table and drinking wine. The man in black stretched out his finger and seemed to casually swipe in the air. With a grab, the space was torn. Then, the situation in the tribulation space, which was tens of millions of miles away, appeared in front of him. After looking at it, he snorted and said, "Well, according to my estimation, he'll still have to kneel in the end." "Kneel? Why do you think so?" The man in white smiled evilly. "Over the years, how many so-called heroes have we seen? Which one of them didn't face death with equanimity? But in the end, didn't they all kneel one by one? When has there ever been an exception? No matter how wonderful a person is, it's nothing more than this." The man in black snorted and mocked. "So what if he's arrogant? As long as you let him have a taste of your methods, he'll know that arrogance is actually a burden. He can't afford to pay the price of being arrogant." "Well, what if he doesn't kneel in the end?" The man in white tilted his head. "That's absolutely impossible." The man in black shook his head decisively. "Nothing is absolute in the world. Maybe something will happen that will surprise you and me? Old Black, do you want to make another bet?" The man in white revealed a smile that was brewing a conspiracy. "Bet?" The black-clothed youth raised his eyebrows and squinted. "No, at least not with you. You bastard, you've always been thinking of ways to deceive people. I won't fall for your tricks. I won't bet." The young man in white said with disdain, "Are you afraid of my schemes, or are you afraid of losing?" "What a joke." The black-clothed young man raised his eyebrows. "I am a dignified. Don't be so serious. Do you dare to bet or not? Don't talk about schemes and machinations. Let's be straightforward today and bet on whether he will kneel or not." The young man in white said, "I bet that he won't kneel. If that's the case, I'll take the bet. I bet he will kneel in the end." The black-clothed youth slammed the table. "Wait a moment. The gambling house has already been opened and the gambling rules have been set. But we haven't talked about the stakes yet. If he really didn't kneel, I want your netherworld fruits. 10 of them." The young man in white chuckled. "Also, let's bet on this little guy. You look down on him. If you lose in the end, you have to inject a trace of your netherworld chill into this little guy's body as compensation. How about that?" The black-clothed youth said angrily, "What are you talking about? A little ant kneeling down, and you want to bet 10 of my netherworld fruits? And who does he think he is? He actually wants a trace of my netherworld chill as compensation? You're simply asking for too much." "Bah, no way." The young man in white said indifferently, "It's fine if you don't dare to accept this bet. But if you're willing to bet the netherworld fruits, I'll bet 10 heaven-earth arcane yellow fruits with you and add a 5 directions world sword." The black-clothed youth was stunned. "Well, you're willing. Are you really so sure that he won't kneel?" The young man in white looked up at the sky as if he didn't want to answer. "Okay, I'll bet, but I have 2 other conditions." "Say it." "First, I want you to use all means to force him to kneel. Don't show any mercy. This is the basic requirement. Of course, even if you don't say it, I won't break the rules I set. Second, I want 475 heaven-earth arcane yellow fruits. I don't want the 5 directions world sword." The black-clothed youth asked for too much. "Motherfucker." In such a sacred place, the young man in white, who was the supreme ruler, jumped up and said, "Motherfucker, you're not greedy, but quite ruthless. You're only offering 10 fruits, and you want 475 fruits. Do you have any conscience? Don't you know what fairness is?" I'm the most fair person. If you're willing to raise the stakes, I'll raise the stakes too. A total of 20 netherworld fruits. How about that? The black-clothed youth rolled his eyes. You're just a wife. It's useless to ask for more. Besides, you know that my fruits are not comparable to your heaven-earth arcane yellow fruits. You've been thinking about it for so many years. This time, I'm making an exception to make this bet with you. If you don't want to bet, forget it. If you miss this chance, I'll make sure that you won't be able to get it again. The young man in white snorted. He rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. He seemed to be thinking. Young man, I'm saying this for your sake this time. The black-clothed youth turned hostile. You know that I have a lot of wives. I have 475 wives. One for each of us, right? This thing can't be distributed equally. If I don't give it to anyone, I'll die. Your heaven-earth arcane yellow fruits can ripen in 300 years. Once they ripen, you'll have thousands of fruits. But my netherworld fruit takes 10,000 years to bloom and 10,000 years to bear fruit. It only ripens once every 30,000 years, and there'll only be 100 fruits at a time. Do you think you're at a disadvantage? Besides, even if you don't lose the heaven-earth arcane yellow fruits, will you not give them to your wives when they ask you for them? No matter how you look at it, you're the one who has the advantage. What else can you do? The black-clothed youth mercilessly exposed the hypocrisy of the other party. All right. The white-clothed youth reluctantly said, I'll let you take advantage of the bet this time. But I'm telling you, the bet is over. You can't go back on your words. My words are like the wind. Heaven and earth are my witnesses. SK, why would I go back on my words? Worry about yourself. I'm a dignified. Stop right now. The white-clothed youth looked like he had a headache. Ever since you heard the words dignified 3,000 years ago, you've been saying dignified for 3,000 years. Fuck, 475 wives. Why aren't you tired to death? So it's a deal. It's a deal. Junian, you can't go back on your words. Bah, you still have the nerve to call yourself a June. Same to you. On the other side, inside the tribulation space, the faint white shadow smiled evilly and said, You really don't want to kneel? What if I insist on making you kneel? Chuyang smiled. Why don't you give it a try? The white shadow smiled amusedly and said, Give it a try? What an interesting suggestion. Chuyang laughed. If you have the ability to make me kneel willingly, I'll kneel to you every day in the future. The white shadow smiled eerily. You're so small, yet you dare to call yourself a Junian? Really? I haven't heard anyone call themselves a Junian in front of me for so many years. This feeling is really quite fresh. Chu Yang's smile became more and more charming. I'm very honored to be able to help you find this feeling that you haven't felt for a long time. Both of them were smiling, and their smiles were unusually bright. But in their bones, both of them were arrogant. Tit for tat, Chu Yang made up his mind. My cultivation is naturally not as good as yours. It's not an exaggeration to say that we're worlds apart, but my confidence and arrogance are not inferior to yours. Kneel? I won't kneel even if my bones are broken. The white shadow sneered and suddenly shouted, Kneel! Along with a soft shout, an unprecedented pressure suddenly enveloped the top of his head. It was as if the white shadow in front of him was an ancient demon god, and Chu Yang himself was the most humble ant. He couldn't help but want to kneel down. Chu Yang snorted. The moment this thought came up, he suddenly raised his head and shouted, I'm Chu Yang. I've traveled thousands of miles alone, and I've conquered the world with my bare hands. I'd rather die than bow my head to thousands of riders. In my heart, I'm the most important. I'm the only one. I won't kneel. Chu Yang's voice was fierce. Following this loud shout, a heroic spirit suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart, causing him to straighten his spine and straighten his bent knees. You really won't kneel? The white shadow smiled faintly. Suddenly, a white light stretched out and pressed on Chu Yang's head. In this space, Chu Yang was essentially in existence in the form of a spirit. Now, when the white light pressed on Chu Yang's head, it fiercely spat out a force. A mysterious and strange aura instantly enveloped Chu Yang's entire divine soul. Chu Yang's divine soul slowly solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Touching it with one's hand, it was no different from a living person's. This level of spirit, even if Chu Yang didn't stop cultivating, it would take at least hundreds of years for him to have a chance to achieve it. Moreover, it was only a chance. If he didn't have enough luck, he might not be able to achieve it even if he spent a lifetime of effort. However, this white light only stretched out its hand, and it made Chu Yang reach such a level in an instant. Moreover, there were no negative effects such as body explosion or chi meridians damage because he couldn't bear such power. This figure was obviously just a projection of that super powerful person. It probably didn't even have 1/10,000th of the power of the real person. But this was the result of less than 1/10,000th of the real person's power. The real cultivation of that person was simply shocking and terrifying. It had reached a level that was simply unimaginable. Going against it could only lead to despair. Chu Yang tried to move his body. His every movement was smooth and smooth. At this moment, his body felt no different from the body outside. His spirit had really completely condensed into a substance. He couldn't help but show a puzzled look. What kind of saying is this? Is it because the mighty person can't bend, so he's trying to tempt me? This is not a small advantage. But if you want me to kneel, there's no room for discussion. However, it didn't seem to be the case. How could it be so easy to take advantage of others, especially from this evil person? At this moment, the white shadow said faintly, "I'd like to see if you'll kneel or not." Today was Teacher Yu's 10th birthday, and the few of us went. I, your brother, had lost a lot of face today. While everyone was drinking, the birthday boy said, "I've lost a lot of face these past few days." I was dumbfounded. Everyone asked me about it. The old man looked at me and said, "I've read the novel you wrote. In the future, don't say that I'm your teacher when you go out. Others will think that I'm a teacher who misled you. The grammar that I taught you, you used it incorrectly. The rhetoric that I taught you, you used it in a completely different way. The style that I taught you, you threw it into the toilet." I sweated profusely. I was confused. Who would have thought that the fire would spread to me? I was prepared to watch the show then, the old man said. "Fortunately, the story was well written. But I'm ashamed that I didn't teach you this imagination." I lowered my head sadly. I was really speechless. The old man said again, "If you have time in the future, come here for tutoring. I've retired and have nothing to do. Don't worry. If you don't come, I'll call you once a week." I wanted to cry, but no tears came out. I've left school for so many years, and now I'm going back to school again, at the side. My classmates looked at me with the same look of schadenfreude as before. Sigh. I came back with my tail between my legs. I was prepared to act cool in front of the class bell, but in the end, I didn't even drink much. I continued to write the second chapter. Chapter 1604. In the next moment, the white light above Chu Yang's head suddenly transformed into a giant hand and fiercely pressed downwards. Just by exerting force, the bones all over Chu Yang's body suddenly made creaking sounds, as if they would all shatter in the next moment. His legs were trembling like withered grass that could break at any moment. Bean-sized beads of sweat continuously seeped out of his face. This pain had already reached its limit and was several times more painful than the previous heavenly demon game. I won't kneel. I won't kneel even if I die. Chu Yang's muscles all over his body convulsed as he screamed. Under such pressure, he clearly knew that he could be smashed into pieces in the next moment. If he were to be smashed into pieces at this moment, it would mean that his spirit would be completely destroyed, because his current body was formed by his spirit. Chu Yang also clearly knew that as long as he knelt, it would be a path to heaven. There was no harm at all. As long as he was willing to kneel, everything would be smooth sailing. As long as he knelt, it would be that simple. But Chu Yang's rebellious temper still rose. "You want me to kneel and I'll kneel? Who do you think you are? Even if you are the heavenly Tao, if you say I won't kneel, then I won't kneel. If you say I won't kneel, then I won't kneel. I won't kneel even if I die. I won't kneel even if my spirit is destroyed. Kneel." The white shadow shouted softly, and the strength of his hand increased by another notch. The force, which was already abnormally ferocious, took another step forward. It came crashing down with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the whole sky was collapsing. All the weight of the world was pressing down on him at this moment. His face was flushed red, and the blood in his body seemed to be about to spurt out at any time. His two legs made a crisp sound, which was a warning that they could no longer bear it. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang's face turned from red to purple. Under such a powerful and terrifying pressure, his two eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The pressure he was under had reached its peak. It had already reached the highest limit that Chu Yang's body could bear. The so-called profound martial arts principle of one must not drop a single feather, and one must not increase a single shot could also be applied here. Chu Yang would be done for as long as he had one more feather or one more shot. However, even though Chu Yang's entire body was trembling, and he could collapse at any time, he was still on the verge of collapse. But he still clenched his teeth and squeezed out two words from between his teeth. "Don't even think about it." Bain smiled faintly. "You're quite stubborn. Then, I'll break your bones. Let's see if you can still be arrogant without your pride." He exerted more strength in his hand and pressed down once more. This time, the force was not much stronger than before, but it was more than 100 kilograms of pressure. Puff, puff, puff. The pressure on Chu Yang's body had already reached its peak. His load had already reached its limit. Under the heavy pressure that was beyond his ability to resist, the blood vessels all over his body ruptured and exploded one by one. Streams of blood mist crazily spurted out. At this moment, the pain was really indescribable. Originally, when the human body suffered too much pain, it would be affected by the body's self-defense mechanism. It would automatically enter into a state of coma to avoid the unbearable pain. But Chu Yang's body was actually based on his soul, and he had no self-defense mechanism. Therefore, Chu Yang couldn't faint no matter how much pain he was in. His entire body had already bent a little due to the pressure. But he still stubbornly held on. Blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth and dripped to the ground bit by bit. He slowly shook his head and still refused to give in. "Not kneeling. Just not kneeling. Your body can't bear it anymore, but you still refuse to admit defeat? Then let's do it again. Kin, how long can you endure? You have a limit, but I don't." Bain seemed to have no mercy at all. He exerted more strength. This time, Chu Yang's physical strength was completely exhausted and gradually collapsed. Crack. The bones in Chu Yang's legs suddenly broke into pieces. White bone stubble pierced out of his muscles, exposing his body. His body shrank straight down. The bones of his waist and thighs were completely broken, falling straight down and colliding with the bones of his calves, making a sound that made one's teeth ache. Chu Yang suddenly opened his mouth, and blood gushed out like a fountain, mixed with pieces of his internal organs. At this moment, he still did not say a word, only stubbornly staying silent. The bones of his legs had already been broken at the first moment. His whole body was bent down, but the whole body was still vertical. His thighs and calves were joined together, turning into minced meat, but his knees were still not bent. Even though his knees were no longer there at this moment. "Very good, very good." Bai Yin's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. But now, Chu Yang's consciousness had already entered a state of confusion, and he could not see anything. It was not that the soul could not be confused, but entering a state of confusion meant that the soul would disappear at any time, never to be reincarnated. With such a serious injury, and the soul about to be destroyed, even a heavy core could not do anything. Chu Yang was doomed? The white shadow raised his hand slightly, and Chu Yang's body, which was on the verge of collapse, instantly appeared in front of him. He pointed a finger at Chu Yang's chest, and a white light flashed. Chu Yang's broken body was instantly reconstructed, and he became a complete human again. Everywhere a finger went, 100 wounds were all healed. The divine finger was nothing more than this. Chu Yang's body was no longer in pain, but his mind was still wandering in the hell-like extreme pain, and he could not come back immediately. In just a moment, the pain Chu Yang suffered was more exaggerated than going to the 18 levels of hell. Bain was not in a hurry this time. He actually waited for Chu Yang to rest for a while, and when his mind was clear, then he said in a mocking tone, "The taste is not bad, right? Kneel or not?" Chu Yang smiled and said in an unusually gentle tone, "Kneel? Kneel your grandpa. Bastard. How dare you talk back?" Bain was furious, and his palm pressed down again. "Since you don't want to kneel, then I'll let you have a taste of that wonderful taste again. As long as you are a human, you will have a fear mentality. You can endure extreme pain once, but you may not be able to endure it a second time. As long as your mind is relaxed, your mind will collapse, and your heart will collapse." The pain and fear just now were absolutely the limit of what a human can endure. It was already difficult to go through it once, and facing the same kind of suffering a second time, it would be difficult to bear. People fight for their dignity. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang sneered, "Let's have a taste again. Let's have a taste again. Come on, if you always beg for mercy, you are not a real man." Bain sneered, "Is that so? Then let's have a taste a few more times. Whether you are a real man or not has nothing to do with me." When people feel pain for the first time, there is always a thought, and the next moment, it will be over. When people have hope, they will have the opportunity to pass through most of the difficulties. Chu Yang's situation was the same. He was sure that Bain only wanted him to kneel and did not intend to take his life. Otherwise, with Bain's strength, he might not even need to use his hands. Just a breath or a look from Bain could kill him. However, for human beings, the real horror was not pain, nor was it physical pain, but it was the will or the spirit. For example, if someone was in a car accident and broke his leg, then although the whole process was painful, as long as he could endure the initial pain, he would be able to bear it. But after he recovered, the second time when he was prepared, the feeling of having his leg broken again was not something that ordinary people could bear. Although it was the same kind of injury, it was several times more painful to the mind. For some kind of pain, all people who had experienced it said, "I would rather die than experience it again." It was because his will, his spirit was already scared, already cowardly. Now, Bain was using the same method to deal with Chu Yang again and again. It was not that he had run out of ideas, but that he was using this principle. But Chu Yang's nerves were like iron at this moment. He was crushed again and again, but he stubbornly stood up again and again. This kind of pain, every time he experienced it, the pain would increase by a lot. But he was still holding on, and he endured it again and again. After so many times, even Bain could not help but sigh at little Jean's ruthlessness. Even he could not subdue him. In the distance, Bain had been watching, and at this moment, he could not help but sigh. This guy has guts. Indeed, he has guts. The white-clothed young man nodded in agreement. "Haha, you didn't expect there to be someone more evil than you in the world, did you?" The young man in black laughed, as if he was gloating. "Since you can't subdue him physically, then try other methods," the young man in white said. "For example, the spirit." The young man in black was startled. Spirit injury? He knew that a spirit injury was 100 times more cruel than physical torture. The degree of pain would also increase exponentially. Can Chu Yang bear it? In the tribulation space, at the side, the sword spirit trembled all over as he watched Chu Yang's spirit being crushed again and again, and then reassembled again and again, and then cut and crushed again and again, and again and again, and again and again, and again 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 and again. The sword spirit could not help but almost collapse to the ground. He did not try to stop it, because he did not dare to. He really did not dare to. He was completely unaware of the strength of the white shadow in front of him. The only thing he knew was that the white shadow in front of him was really too powerful. It was so powerful that he could not evaluate or understand it at all. It was even more powerful than his old master, Shuele Han. Although that white shadow was obviously just a doppelganger, the only thing he could feel was that every time Chu Yang stood up again, the white shadow and Chu Yang would repeat the previous conversation. And Chu Yang's persistence also made the sword spirit's hair stand on end. He had never thought that the new master he was following now would be so proud and unyielding. Such a ruthless person. So unyielding. Kneel or not? What do you think? Kneel or not. In your dreams. Kneel or not. Kneel your uncle. If you have the ability, don't let him wake up. Over and over again. Aren't you fucking annoying? I miss the evil monarch a little. Even in my dreams, I think of such a lawless protagonist. I am very happy writing such a protagonist. Chapter 1605. Again and again, the torture was more vicious and cruel than the previous one. The degree of cruelty and viciousness of this torture had even terrified the sword's spirit. He had wanted to admit defeat on Chu Yang's behalf more than once. After all, it wasn't a shameful thing to kneel down and worship such a powerful existence. Such a powerful existence should be a target of submission and worship. However, just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he realized that he could no longer move. He couldn't even open his mouth, let alone speak. He didn't know when the White Shadow had taken control of him. For the White Shadow, destroying a living being was just a matter of breathing. He was just an ant. How could he hurt him? The reason why Chu Yang could be so unyielding was, to a large extent, because the murderous aura in his heart had been completely stimulated by Bai Jiang. In layman's terms, he was acting in a fit of pique and refused to kneel. Just kneel. As long as you kneel, you'll get a lot of benefits. Until the last time, the white figure seemed to be really tired of this repetitive game. He seemed to be helpless as he advised. Actually, you clearly know that we are all fighting for our dignity. As long as you kneel down and I win, I will immediately let you walk on the path to the heavens and open the door to the great Tao. For you, there will be endless benefits. There will definitely be hundreds of benefits. Why bother to gamble your future just for a single breath of air in your heart? Am I not worthy of your kneeling? Chu Yang sneered. Torture won't work, so you're tempting me? Have you really ignored the real reason why I don't kneel to you? I've never denied that you're worthy of my kneeling. You're even worthy of my worship. But if you ask me to kneel, I won't. The White Shadow was a little speechless. Why are you so stubborn? You don't even know how to make such a simple choice. For a moment of anger, you're willing to give up your future. Are you brainless? Or is your brain moldy? Chu Yang sneered. Did the previous 8 masters of the Calamity Sword kneel down? The White Shadow said, Of course. Chu Yang sneered. Then where are they now? The White Shadow was speechless. Chu Yang asked, Are they walking on the path to heaven now? Have they opened the door to the great Tao? The White Shadow's eyes flashed. For a moment, he didn't say anything. Chu Yang laughed wildly. He said, I have never denied your abilities. But do you think you can open the door to the great Tao as long as you kneel? What was that supposed to mean? If the door to the great Tao can only be opened by kneeling, then is there any value in verifying such a great Tao? If I have to be a slave in order to embark on the so-called great path to the heavens, then why should I cherish the great path to the heavens? Life is nothing more than a breath. If you don't fight for this, what else can you fight for? Chu Yang laughed maniacally. His voice was like thunder. At this moment, his arrogance, his pride, his domineering arrogance, and his boundless impudence poured out without holding back in the slightest. I am the sovereign. Only I am the master of myself. Anybody, don't even think about making me kneel. Even you, the person who created the Calamity Sword, the super almighty of the universe, can't do it. The White Shadow pondered for a while and then slowly said, It seems that you won't kneel? I'll confirm it one last time. Chu Yang laughed softly and said, What else do you need to confirm? You've destroyed my physical body and my divine soul once. Moreover, you've used a very special method to destroy and restore them. After these 15 times, I'm still standing here, aren't I? I won't kneel. That's all. Chu Yang's voice was hoarse and deep. Anyone who had been tortured like this wouldn't have a pleasant voice. However, this hoarse voice was mixed with faint arrogance and endless arrogance. He opened his mouth, revealing 8 neat white teeth. He smiled very amiably and said, Do you think that after all this, I won't kneel? If it were you, would you kneel? He laughed wildly and said, I'm not even afraid of this. Who else in the world is worthy of my kneeling? The White Shadow was silent for a while and then said, That's right. with your bones and arrogance. You don't need to kneel in front of anyone. I'm no exception. In this world, except for your blood relatives, no one is worthy of your kneeling. No one can bear it. Even the sky and the earth can't bear it. Chu Yang laughed and said, "Thank you. Thank you for your compliment. Thank you very much." The White Shadow's words were tantamount to setting the tone and ending this kneel or not kneel matter. Very good, very good. If you don't kneel in front of me, there won't be any benefits for those who don't respect me. Therefore, the road to heaven opened by me has no fate with you. The White Shadow smiled slightly and said, "Do you have anything else to say? Do you regret it?" "Yes," Chu Yang said affirmatively and loudly. The White Shadow smiled and said, "What?" Chu Yang said word by word, "Chu Yang will engrave today's gift in my heart. I will never forget it. I hope that one day, I can fight with your real body and see who's better. Chu Yang will make you my life's goal. I will never forget it and will never slack off." The White Shadow laughed and said, "From what I hear, it seems that you're challenging me. You don't want to punish me like this 15 times one day, do you?" Chu Yang grinned and said, "What do you think?" The White Shadow laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. After a long time, he suddenly stopped laughing and said seriously, "Good. I'll wait for you. I look forward to that day's arrival." He said seriously, "If one day, your cultivation can reach the level that I approve of, I will definitely give you a fair chance to fight. If your cultivation reaches that level, even if you don't come to me, I will come to you." He smiled deeply and said, "Just that. I hope that you won't make me wait too long. I hope that day will come." Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up and he said seriously, "It won't be long. That day will definitely come. I will definitely come to you and seek justice." His heart was inexplicably filled with a sense of gratitude. Chu Yang wasn't clear about the true level of cultivation of the White Shadow in front of him, but the strength of the White Shadow in front of him had already far exceeded Chu Yang's understanding. The only thing he could be sure of was that even Xue Lei Han might not be able to withstand a single blow from this White Shadow. And this was only the strength that the White Shadow showed. Then, what level was the strength of the White Shadow's real body? He might need 10,000 years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years before he could reach that level. But this White Shadow had promised to fight with him. He didn't think that he would never be able to reach the same level. This was already a great show of respect, a rare acknowledgement. When he agreed, he already saw Chu Yang as an opponent worthy of respect. This respect was the most precious thing that Chu Yang had received from him. Would a golden immortal of the great, all-embracing heaven challenge a mortal? Obviously, that was impossible and unrealistic. Now, the distance between Chu Yang and this White Shadow might be even greater than the distance between a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven and a mortal. But this White Shadow had agreed, and very solemnly agreed. This was a kind of magnanimity, a magnanimity that accepted all rivers into the sea. At this moment, Chu Yang actually had the urge to kneel down. Not for anything else, but just for this respect that he had for him. Chu Yang really couldn't repay this respect at the current stage. In the distance, two people, one in black and one in white, sighed at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. Both of them were very satisfied with this result. At their level, they had been standing at the top for far too long. It was extremely rare for someone to appear who could surpass their expectations. At the same time, it was also very interesting. The young man in white smiled slightly. "Old Black, you can admit defeat now." The young man in black snorted. "Our bet is that you have to use all your means." "Do you only have these means? You dare to say that you won when you didn't use all your strength? I say you lose." The young man in white spread out his hands and said as if it didn't matter, "If you think it's unfair, you can do it yourself. For someone who can even withstand the 1,000 split of the divine soul, I am very interested to see what methods you have to make him willingly kneel." The young man in black grinned and said, "There are many ways to deal with him. You can use his parents, his lovers, and his brothers to force him to kneel. I don't believe that he won't kneel. Don't tell me you can't think of such a simple method, Scram." The young man in white raised his eyebrows and a murderous aura came out. "You actually want me to use such a despicable, shameless, and despicable method? Do you think I'm you? Bullshit. Why would I use such a despicable, shameless, and despicable method? I'm asking you to use it. Don't you understand human language? The young man in black raised his hand and slapped the table. The table was unharmed, but the air around it fluctuated slightly. Then, the three brightest stars in the sky suddenly extinguished. In the next moment, countless meteor showers appeared in the sky, with long tails streaking across the sky. It seemed that the meteor shower in the sky was caused by the slap just now. A light slap, a slap that almost left no trace. But the final effect was that the three stars that were far away exploded and turned into meteors, and the table that bore the brunt of it was unharmed. What kind of cultivation was this? It seemed too exaggerated and really exceeded the understanding of humans. How impressive. The young man in white curled his lips. Doing this? Are you trying to scare me? I'm so scared. The young man in black snorted. The young man in white smiled faintly. You did this because the founders of the three continents offended you 8,000 years ago. I didn't expect that after 8,000 years, you would still use this as a pretext to get rid of them. And you even used the anger I gave you, tainting me with karma for no reason. Good calculation. Admirable. Chapter 1606. The black-clothed youth smiled. At this moment, he didn't look angry at all. He just laughed wildly and said, offending me is naturally not the reason for their downfall. What they really shouldn't have done is to incite all the believers to resist and deny you and me. They actually wanted to use the power of faith to go against me. Hee. The limit of the power of faith they can absorb is 8,000 years. Then I will wait for them to accumulate to the highest level, and when their confidence reaches the highest level, I will destroy them. Don't you think it's very interesting? The white-clothed youth touched his chin and said, Interesting? That's interesting. I have already magnanimously let go of that matter in the past. Only someone like you who came from the dark side of the underground can be so narrow-minded. The black-clothed youth snorted and said, Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. You can't be any better. By the way, you have been constantly compressing time, reversing time, and occasionally going back in time. How is that matter going? Why is there no progress? There aren't many things that can stump you. The white-clothed youth obviously didn't want to talk about that matter. But now that the black-clothed youth asked him directly, he could only sigh and answer, I really have to give it to him. That fatty really gives it to me. He clearly has the spirit of wealth, but he doesn't want to last forever. Every time he is about to succeed, his spirit will awaken, and then he will destroy his own future. I can't wait to extract all the fat in his body. What the fuck is this? Ha ha ha. The black-clothed youth laughed. What a cute fatty. An existence that can defeat you is definitely cute. The white-clothed youth's face turned green. He said angrily, Don't change the topic. You lost the bet this time. Quickly fulfill your promise and hand over the bet. Lost? The black-clothed youth muttered to himself. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then, he waved his finger and shouted, Backtrack! With a swoosh, the scene of Chu Yang being tormented 15 times in the tribulation space was repeated in front of him again. He looked at Chu Yang's expression with rapt attention. He was so serious. He even replayed it 3 times in a row. Then, he shouted, Reverse! The scenery in front of him changed and began to move backwards. The whistling sound of the wind resounded, and the strangest thing happened. Chu Yang's experiences in his previous life were also rapidly replayed here and flashed by with schwa-schwa sounds. Then, it would be Chu Yang's life struggle. Along the way, all the magnificent experiences he had gone through. It was like a huge picture scroll that kept unfolding in front of the white-robed men and the black-robed men. Then, he looked thoughtfully at Chu Yang in the tribulation space. His face was solemn, and his eyes were full of admiration. He said, It seems that I've really lost, but I'm very happy to lose. I like this little guy's temperament. The youth in white said, What? Do you see yourself in him? This sentence was obviously a joke. However, the black-clothed young man began to ponder deeply. After a long time, he said, That's true. Seeing him being bullied by you, and seeing how his path has been so bumpy, I really feel that he is similar to me. It's really about the same, especially this arrogance. It's a different approach that achieves the same result. The black-clothed youth chuckled. So small, good bones, good backbone, so arrogant. The white-robed young man was originally joking, but now that he heard the black-clothed young man say it so seriously, he couldn't help but laugh. That's right. Even I didn't expect that under such a cautious and low-key appearance, there would be such an arrogant and unyielding heart. The black-clothed young man snorted. The white-robed young man said, "Since you think so highly of him, why don't you take him in as a disciple?" The black-clothed young man immediately pondered. After a long time, he said, "No, he can't." He raised his eyes and looked at Chu Yong in the tribulation space. He said, "I really don't want him to kneel." The white-robed young man was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "Indeed, it would be a pity if he kneels." Then, the two of them looked at each other thoughtfully. Both of them saw a certain kind of mystical light in each other's eyes. "He still has one last hurdle." The black-clothed man said, "There's still a bet. If he loses, I'll fulfill it for you." The white-robed young man was full of confidence. "That's for the bet when this guy just reversed time. You'll still lose. This is already set in stone. In fact, you already knew about it. Why bother delaying it?" The black-clothed man smiled bitterly. "I can feel it now. I don't think I've ever won a bet with you. What nonsense is that? It makes me so depressed every time. I won't gamble any more in the future." The white-robed man laughed heartily. "Old Black, the winner will always be the banker. Don't tell me you've only just understood such a simple logic. Who cares about your bullshit, banker? I won't gamble any more in the future." After this little guy passes this hurdle, what will happen in the future? The black-clothed man suddenly asked with interest. The little guy he was referring to was, of course, Chu Yong. "What do you think? Are you interested?" The white-robed man smiled wickedly. The black-clothed man was silent for a moment. Finally, he said, "I'm interested. I want to continue watching." Hearing this, the white-robed man fell silent for a moment. After a long time, he said, "To be honest, my opinion is the opposite of yours. I feel that we should give up on supporting him and let him walk on his own. Everything is possible. Only a legend that is created by one's own strength is the most exciting legend." The black-clothed man smiled faintly. "You've misunderstood me. I'm just watching. The arrogance and haughtiness in this fellow's bones is too similar to mine. I want to find my own footprints." The white-robed man's eyes shone brightly. He said sharply, "You're really just watching? What if he's about to die in front of you? Or maybe he's already dead?" The black-clothed man sighed and said, "Then that's fate. I won't interfere." The white-robed man's eyes were gentle. "It's good that you think that way. Changing karma and reversing karma might not be a good thing." The black-clothed man said, "Also, you won so many nether hell fruits from me this time. Whether he knows it or not, you should at least give him 2 as a token of appreciation, right?" The white-robed man smiled bitterly. "1 nether hell fruit is enough for him to explode 100 times. Are you going to give it or not?" The black-clothed man's face was unfriendly. "Give it? I didn't say I wouldn't give it. It's his business if he explodes, but it's my business if I give it or not. We can't mix the two. That's more like it." The black-clothed man snorted and said, "Apart from the nether hell fruit, you should also give him your heaven-earth arcane yellow fruit as a token of appreciation, right? If you don't care about that fruit, give him a few hundred. And that 5 directions world sword of yours, it's useless now, right? Give it to him as well. Consider it as recycling trash." The white-robed man was furious. "Bullshit. Why are my treasures so worthless when they're in your mouth? Didn't you just say you don't care? What kind of bullshit are you talking about now? If you really give him these things, what difference does it make whether he cares or not? Also, these things you said are all mine. Whether they're useful or not is my business. You're using my things as a token of appreciation, aren't you?" The black-clothed man snorted and stood up. "Anyway, it's settled. If you don't give it to me, I won't honor the bet. You think about it yourself. You said it was 10 times of cheating, so I'll cheat once today. Anyway, I won't gamble in the future." The white-robed man was speechless. It seemed that the black-clothed man had gained the upper hand. "After so many years, this is the only person I've found who's similar to me. I don't want to miss it." The black-clothed man's eyes were filled with nostalgia. He said softly, "You know what I mean." The white-robed man was silent for a moment and said, "Okay, I promise you. Since that's the case, you should go and complete the last round with that guy. It's time to end the bet between us." The black-clothed man said with his hands behind his back, "After I'm done here, I'll go to those places and challenge those few senior brothers of yours." "Oh, how courageous." The white-robed man was shocked. There was a gloating look in the depths of his eyes. He said, "I wish you success. I'll cheer for you." The black-clothed man waved his hand and said, "You promised this guy. I owe you a favor." The white-robed man was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly laughed and said, "I didn't expect that the #1 madman in Netherworld would be willing to owe me a favor for this guy. It seems that this guy is really worth a lot." The black-clothed man sneered, "Same to you. Didn't the #1 evil in the world agree to a one-on-one fight with him? What's the big deal about owing him a favor?" The two of them laughed at the same time. In the tribulation space, Chu Yang felt that his divine soul body, which had already solidified, was gradually dissipating, returning to its original soul shadow state. This was not because his cultivation level was declining, but because his divine soul had completely solidified just now. It was because the white shadow had forcibly increased his cultivation level to torture him. Now that things had come to an end, the cultivation that did not really belong to him would naturally dissipate. However, Chu Yang could clearly feel that the speed of dissipation was very slow. Since this energy could be filled up in an instant, it could naturally dissipate in an instant. The reason why it dissipated so slowly was naturally the white shadow's intention. Chu Yang's mind stirred. He used all of his memory and mental strength to clearly remember every state and feeling that was gradually dispersing in his mind. The refining of the spirit was a path that he had to go through. This unexpected experience, or rather, a test, was extremely painful. However, the harvest was equally huge. Firstly, the refining of the spirit body was tantamount to showing Chu Yang a path to heaven. Chapter 1607. As long as he followed this feeling and walked down this path, he would be able to reach the strength of his divine soul just now, or even stronger. Secondly, although that energy would inevitably disperse completely, it would still leave some faint traces in his divine soul. Even if it was just a small trace, it would be a great thing that ordinary experts would never dream of. The white shadow watched Chu Yang carefully, sensing the changes in his spirit, but he didn't urge him at all. He was actually waiting patiently. After a very long time, Chu Yang finally finished memorizing it in a serious manner and raised his head. "You're good. Really good." The white shadow's voice was firm. Chu Yang's eyes were calm. He said, "You flatter me." After experiencing that kind of pain, Chu Yang's mind could be said to be unshakable even by thunder. Not to mention a compliment, even if he became the idol of the entire universe. Chu Yang felt that he wouldn't be that excited. "You flatter me? I never flatter people. I haven't been so polite for a long time." The white shadow chuckled. "Because in this world, there are very few people who can make me appreciate them. There's no one who can make me speak courteously to them." "I'm flattered by your appreciation." Chu Yang smiled faintly. He was really unfazed by honor and disgrace. "Let's not talk nonsense. I didn't come here today to praise you." The white shadow chuckled. "So, you don't have to be too complacent." Chu Yang was speechless. What kind of person is this? What kind of thinking is this? When did I become complacent? Besides, I didn't say anything. You were the one who kept talking. You've got the first 8 pieces of the disaster sword, but do you know where the sword spirit is? The white shadow asked blandly. When the white shadow said this, the sword spirit's body trembled. A trace of despair appeared in his eyes. That was the most hopeless expression. Where is the sword spirit? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. His interest was piqued. The sword spirit. It can be said to be far away, but it can also be said to be right in front of you. The white shadow said indifferently, "It depends on what you do. If you want, you can get the sword spirit right now. Do you want it?" "Oh?" Chu Yang's eyes revealed a doubtful look. "I created this calamity sword with my own hands. You can only unleash 1/10,000th of its power." The white figure smiled. "The key lies in the sword soul." Chu Yang said, "I'd like to hear the details." Bai Yin's eyes flickered as he said, "I'll explain it in the simplest way. For example, this little phoenix in front of you." He pointed at the sword spirit. "Phoenix?" Chu Yang looked at the sword spirit in confusion. Chu Yang had already guessed this. The sword spirit's attitude towards the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan was very strange. He almost did everything he could to suppress the Dragon Clan. On the other hand, he also endlessly praised the Phoenix Clan. Chu Yang had already vaguely sensed this. It was only today that it was confirmed by the White Shadow. "I wasn't the one who captured the true spirit of this phoenix." The White Shadow's voice was calm and carried a hint of disdain. But he already existed when the Calamity Sword was first formed. Furthermore, he was sealed in the Calamity Sword land, as the guide of the Calamity Sword's master. "So, this phoenix is actually the sword spirit of Calamity Sword," Bai Yin said in a low voice. "The sword spirit is the sword spirit? How can that be? The two are the same?" Chu Yang suddenly raised his head. The sword spirit couldn't bear it anymore. His whole body trembled violently. "The two are naturally not the same. The sword spirit isn't the sword spirit yet," Bai Yin said slowly, "but if you want him to be, then he is. The sword spirit can transform into the sword spirit at any time." Chu Yang pondered. "Because I'm here, I only need to disperse his true spirit and completely merge it into the Calamity Sword. Then, he'll be the sword spirit. This is very simple for me," Bai Yin said softly. His voice was faintly oppressive. "So, as long as you nod your head, you'll immediately have the complete version of the Calamity Sword. Your strength will be many times stronger than now. In the entire Chongtian, no one will be your opponent. Am I clear?" Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Your Excellency, it's simple. I still don't understand the mystery." Bai Yin said, "You don't need to understand the mystery. It's not important. You just need to know that you can get the sword spirit. That's enough. The rest is not important. But according to what you just said, I believe there's another way to get the sword spirit." "What's that?" Chu Yang said calmly. "The other way is as difficult as climbing to heaven. I don't recommend it for you." Bai Yin's eyes sharpened. "Even if you sealed this phoenix into the Calamity Sword that day, you may not be able to meet this condition. The sword I made is not something that can be merged with just anyone. If you choose that path, the complete Calamity Sword may no longer be a help. Instead, it may be a great obstacle for you to reach the peak of the Great Tao." Chu Yang's eyes were burning like flames. "How difficult is it? What's the method? Please tell me." Bai Yin smiled. "That method is even simpler. You'll have to use your own body to refine it." This time, he knew that Chu Yang would be even more confused. Without waiting for Chu Yang to ask, he continued to explain. "A divine sword has its own life and spirituality. The Calamity Sword was originally created by me, and I gave it its initial life. However, it didn't grow in my hands. In this way, how many experiences do you have?" Chu Yang nodded. He more or less understood what Bai Yin meant. He even vaguely guessed the true meaning of "use your own body to refine it." A sword can also reach the peak. The Calamity Sword has such potential. However, its growth requires its master to nurture it with his own mind. Only after going through thick and thin with it can it become a sword master. However, the path of the sword master is naturally filled with endless bloodshed. Until he reaches a certain level of strength, the sword itself will also devour everything that can be devoured. When all the conditions are met, the sword master can slash out his own unique killing intent and refine this sword as his own second primordial spirit. At that time, it will be the true sword soul, the invincible sword spirit in the world. At that time, you'll know your true Tao, Bai Yin said lightly, and you'll be able to see the other side of your life. However, that will be a period of eternity. It will be so long that even the so-called gods in your world may not be able to wait that long. That's a path that requires great opportunities. You'll have to seize every opportunity to improve your chances. And those are things that you need to grasp, choose, fight for, or create, and then grasp. When Bain said this, Chu Yang lowered his head and became silent. He didn't say anything for a long time. The despair in Sword Spirit's eyes became more intense. But that's too troublesome. I really don't recommend you to choose that path. Moreover, when your cultivation reaches that level, although your power will be doubled with a sword, you'll be immortal even if you don't have a sword. Bain said slowly, the easiest way right now is to scatter the sword spirit and turn it into a sword spirit. In this way, you can immediately increase your power and be invincible in the world. You won't lose anything. You'll just have to sacrifice this little phoenix. Actually, it's a coincidence. If I'm not here, you might not be able to scatter the sword spirit on your own with your cultivation. But with me here, everything will be simple. You're really lucky. Maybe you'll have some feelings for each other because of your time together, but he's just a shadow after all. As long as you sacrifice him and turn it into a calamity sword. Although it won't be as powerful as the sword spirit divine weapon I just mentioned, it'll still be the best weapon in the world. The White Shadow said, the choice doesn't involve the great Tao. It doesn't matter what you choose. It's up to you to choose the easy one or the difficult one. I still recommend you to choose the former. After all, it's your destiny to meet me, a rare destiny. Chu Yang didn't say anything for a long time. The calamity space was completely silent. After a long time, Chu Yang asked, what if I die? Bain said lightly, if you don't exist anymore and your divine soul disappears, then the sword spirit will also scatter. After 10,000 years of nourishment, the little phoenix can still reappear and grow step by step. That's all. Chu Yang smiled faintly. That's all. It's a cycle. The first 8 Calamity Sword Masters all chose this, didn't they? They also met you and encountered a great opportunity. Bain said, your problem isn't important. All of this is understandable. You and your brother are destined to have a bumpy life. The sooner you have enough strength, the sooner you can protect yourself. Isn't it worth sacrificing an unrelated sword spirit to ensure the absolute safety of your brother and all your family members? Chu Yang turned to look at the sword spirit. The sword spirit's face was full of numbness. At this moment, the sword spirit had recovered all his memories. The first 8 times, he sacrificed himself like this. Chu Yang was naturally a person who valued friendship and righteousness. But how many of the previous 8 Calamity Sword Masters didn't value friendship and righteousness? Which one of them wasn't an extraordinary man? But after a fierce battle of thoughts, he was still abandoned. The sword spirit didn't have too much resentment in his heart. He only felt a little sad and desolate. After all, he was just a spirit. Sacrificing himself, a sword spirit who couldn't see the light of day, for the sake of his brother was a reasonable choice. He could only blame himself for being a spirit, especially when he was a spirit who couldn't resist his master. In essence, he was a slave whose life and death were controlled by his master. Who would care about the life and death of a slave? Chu Yang lowered his head and didn't say anything. Bain wasn't in a hurry. He didn't urge Chu Yang to make a choice. After a long time, Chu Yang said softly, I've always cherished the life of my family members. Bai Yin's eyes moved. Chapter 1608. The sword spirit's face was expressionless, and his eyes were expressionless. He was no longer worried, afraid, or in despair. Anyway, he was destined to be abandoned. What was the use of worrying? Accept your fate. You've gone through such a process many times. You've experienced too much loneliness, and you've gradually gotten used to it. But after being scattered this time, I'm afraid that I won't have a complete consciousness in this lifetime. Chu Yang continued in a low voice. I also cherish the lives of my brothers. He paused and said, I cherish the lives of my lovers even more. And the lives of my friends. I also cherish them. Chu Yang slowly raised his head and said, I can pay any price for these people. If you used these to threaten me to kneel just now, I would have done so. The sword spirit is just a soul. I know this. I know it better than anyone else. He exists because of this sword. I also know this. To me, he has no ability to resist. I also know this. Chu Yang's voice became low. The sword spirit's expression actually showed some confusion. But I've never treated the sword spirit as an empty soul. I've never treated him as a slave without any ability to resist. My brothers can risk their lives for me, and I can also sacrifice my life for my brothers, Chu Yang said softly. But before this, the sword spirit has saved my life countless times. He's my friend, in the past, in the present, in the future, and forever. My brothers outside are brothers, and my friends inside are also friends. Chu Yang suddenly raised his head, and his eyes revealed a threatening light. He said, "If I sacrifice the sword spirit, I can easily obtain invincible strength. This choice is very easy. But I can sacrifice the sword spirit, but I definitely won't sacrifice my friends. Invincible strength, I may still have it in the future. But if I lose this friend, I won't have it anymore." Chu Yang said seriously, "I'm not the previous 8 masters of the Calamity Sword. So, I won't let the sword spirit be the sword soul. Even if I don't have a sword soul forever, I'm still Chu Yang." The more Chu Yang spoke, the clearer and more resolute his voice became. "Also, I once promised my friend that if he could form a complete physical body one day, we would fight side by side and stand openly under the blue sky and white clouds." When he said this, the sword spirit trembled all over. However, it was not out of fear, but out of excitement. His body flickered with red light, and an extremely intense emotion seemed to be burning within him. "Is this your choice?" Bai Yin's eyes flashed with an indescribable light. "Is this your choice?" Chu Yang smiled. "Yes. You don't regret it?" "There's no medicine for regret in this world." Bai Yin pressed. "I, Chu Yang, have never regretted my actions." Chu Yang raised his sword-like eyebrows. The white shadow laughed. "Good." Suddenly, he laughed loudly and rose from the ground. He actually left just like that. In that instant, he had already disappeared without a trace. All of this was like a dream. Only the white shadow's voice came from afar. "Not bad, not bad. I hope you will never regret the decision you made today. I will watch you walk down this path." Chu Yang silently said in his heart, "I won't regret it. For my friend, how can I regret it?" Bai Yin laughed and said, "Finally, I'll tell you something good. In the tribulation space, there's a reward for you. However, you need to reach a certain level before you can take it out and use it. Ha ha ha. Little one, remember to cultivate well. Don't forget that you still have a battle with me." Chu Yang's heart sank. "Even if you forget that battle, I will still stand opposite you. I will show you my sword. I will show you my moves." Bai Yin laughed loudly. His laughter shook Chu Yang's heart. His last words came from afar. "Next time you see me, call me Big Brother June." Chu Yang smiled. "It won't be too late to call you Big Brother after I defeat you." The white shadow's voice finally disappeared in a burst of arrogant laughter, and there was no response from him anymore. Chu Yang opened his eyes and saw the sword spirit standing in front of him. The sword spirit's face was full of excitement, and his whole body was trembling. He almost couldn't speak. Chu Yang laughed and patted his shoulder. "You don't have to be so touched. I'm not that great. I don't want you to be fooled by me. Actually, I was just coaxing him to leave. I wanted that white shadow to get out of here as soon as possible. The pressure from facing him is too great. Actually, my real reason is, I want to have a real sword spirit. I want to forge a real sword spirit myself. I want to see what kind of sword spirit that can cut out murderous spirit looks like." Chu Yang smiled. "Since someone can do it, I believe I can do it too. Moreover, I need my own Tao, a Tao that belongs to me." He suddenly smiled curiously and said, "There's one more thing. I really want to see your appearance as a phoenix. Will you be as gorgeous as the legends say?" Then he laughed. The sword spirit almost choked. He nodded repeatedly. In fact, how could he not know this? Chu Yang said this to comfort himself. He didn't want to take this matter to heart, because, under the deterrence of the white shadow, no one could say anything that went against their heart. This was a spiritual aura that was specially set up by a powerful person. No one could avoid it. In that kind of situation, as long as one said something, it would be the truest reflection of one's heart. There was absolutely no possibility of lying. It was only in this way that Chu Yang's words were truly precious. The previous few tribulation sword masters had pondered in such a situation. They felt that they couldn't be compared to their brothers and relatives. Therefore, they chose to turn themselves into sword spirits to increase their strength. Then, they would become invincible in the world. From now on, the sword spirit will only be loyal to the sword master. I have no regrets. The sword spirit stood in front of Chu Yang solemnly and slowly bent down seriously. At this moment, Shuelehan's figure flashed across the sword spirit's heart. But the sword spirit didn't hesitate at all. He chose Chu Yang because Chu Yang was the sword spirit's master. More importantly, Chu Yang was his friend. Here, there was respect. The sword master said that I'm his friend. Everyone else was using me. Everyone else was trying to destroy me. Only Lord Chu Yang let me go and saved me. He even gave me unlimited hope and a future. Although I'm just a spirit, I know who's good to me and who's bad to me. I have a heart. The most important thing is that I have a friend. I have a friend, Chu Yang. The sword spirit was so excited that he almost couldn't control himself. But he saw Chu Yang touch his nose and ask himself, by the way, I don't know. Are you a male or a female? Do you have that thing? Get lost. The sword spirit, who was feeling touched, was fuming with anger. I'm the same as you. I'm a male. As he said, he suddenly lowered his head. Actually, I don't have that thing now. My real gender can only be revealed after my godly soul is completely condensed and I find a suitable host. But my real body is indeed. I understand. When your godly soul is fully condensed, I'll find a female phoenix for you to satisfy that thing. Chu Yang touched his chin. If that's the case, I'd rather die. You bastard. The sword spirit was furious. He didn't care whether he was a master or a friend. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang laughed. On a distant mountaintop. The bet is over. The result is obvious. You've lost again. The white-robed man laughed evilly. So what if I lost? I'm more willing to accept this result than to win. The black-robed man snorted and said, You've given him all the bets, right? What do you mean? Am I the kind of person who plays tricks behind the scenes? The white-robed man felt wronged and grimaced. Aren't you? The black-robed man rolled his eyes. Am I? Aren't you? Ha ha ha. The two of them laughed at each other. This time, I've fulfilled my wish. The white-robed man smiled easily. Chu Yang's godly soul is already qualified. His temperament is also qualified. It's not easy. It's really not easy. The black-robed man sighed, which was rare. Although he's qualified, but there are also quite a number of fully qualified people who died prematurely. The white-robed man shrugged. Their deaths have nothing to do with us. That's true. But what you said is also. Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. The black-robed man turned his head and looked. There was a fluctuation in the air. The white-robed man shook his head and said speechlessly, Remember not to interfere. I know better than you. The black-robed man was a little angry. I'm just looking. Looking? You're really boring. The white-robed man rolled his eyes. I can't be bothered to be angry with you. Do what you want. Let's go. I promised my wives to bring them to my hometown to play. The white-robed man scratched his head. How many years has it been? Maybe we'll have to go back in time again. The black-robed man said mercilessly, Your wives don't seem to be simple. Do you need to do it yourself? The white-robed man snorted. I seem to remember that in my hometown, someone was beaten to the point of running away in a sorry state. The black-robed man was furious. Fuck your mother's bullshit. I was shifting my strategy at that time. If I meet that guy from back then again, I'll definitely beat him to the point of looking for his teeth on the ground. The white-robed man shrugged his shoulders and said mockingly, Yes, if you can't beat him to the point of looking for his teeth on the ground, you'll shift your strategy again, right? The black-robed man was furious. Why do I find you so unpleasant? You provoke me again and again. Do you want to fight? I don't dare. I don't dare. I'm too scared of you. The white-robed man said lightly, Do you want to look for his teeth at my place first? You know, my place is the most spotless. If it's contaminated by your teeth, it's really... The black-robed man rushed over with a punch. The white-robed man blocked it. With a swoosh, the two of them flew into the sky. Just like back then, one black and one white opposed each other. Chapter 1609. Just as Chu Yang made his final choice, the 10 beams of white light that connected heaven and earth finally came crashing down from the sky above the elf forest. The centermost beam entered Chu Yang's body with a boom. As for the other beams, one turned into a sword and rushed into Gu Duxing's body like lightning. Another one turned into a long saber and rushed into Dong Wushang's head. The other beams entered the bodies of Mo Tianji, GMO, Luo Kadi, Rui Butong, Ao Xieyun, Xiedan Qiong, and Mo Qingwu. 10 beams of white light, 10 people. Not a single one was missing. Only when the white light found Mo Qingwu did the eyes of the brothers flash with extreme surprise. Even Mo Tianji was no exception. If they still didn't know that the last tribulation was Mo Qingwu at this point, how retarded would they be? At this moment, no one had the time to speak. The only thing they could feel was a surge of energy rushing into their bodies. Then, their cultivations began to soar rapidly. The pure energy was like the waves of a river, each wave higher than the previous one, as if it was endless. The brothers circulated their energy with all their might. They didn't have time to think about anything else. All of them were flushed by the extremely fierce and pure energy, as if they were drunk. Mo lay or looked at the person in front of her enviously, but her divine sense spread out in all directions. Right now, everyone was improving, and she was the only one left to guard. Her responsibility was very heavy, and she couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Besides, what was she disappointed about? Her husband, Dong Wushang, was also here. If he improved, wouldn't it be equivalent to her improving as well? Mo Lay's body shook. She turned into a wisp of black smoke and rushed to the top of a tall tree. She monitored all the movements within a few hundred miles. She didn't dare to be negligent at all. 3 days later, Brother Yu, are you really not going out with me? Chu Yang stood at the entrance of the underground city of elves and looked at Duke Yu. I will go out. Duke Yu chuckled. But I can't go with you. There are some things that I can't say to my brothers. Besides, all of you are already second-grade supreme martial artists. In the entire continent, it's not that there aren't many people who can resist all of you at the same time, but definitely none. I can be at ease now. Duke Yu cupped his fists, brother. Take care. Take care. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Duke Yu really didn't have the slightest interest in the heavenly imperial court. Brother Yu, you know how to find me if something happens. Chu Yang's body floated upwards. Let's get drunk some other time. We're not going home until we're drunk. Chu Yang's silhouette had already disappeared before his voice had even faded away. He had left without the slightest hesitation. I was wrong in this matter, but I had no other choice. Mo Tianji is still plotting against me, and Dong Wushang is still waiting to fight with me. So, how can I go out with you this time? Duke Yu looked in the direction where Jun Mo Xie had left. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. He muttered, I should also bring a Lu here. Firstly, I'll settle the grudges between the Jun family. Secondly, I'll be able to settle down here. With a flash, he disappeared. Chu Yang was walking in a completely different direction from Chu Yang's. 2 completely opposite directions. Now, the ground had already exploded. The light pillars in the sky had disappeared because they had been absorbed into their bodies. Although the light pillars had disappeared from sight, it didn't mean that they had truly disappeared. Everyone was trying their best to digest the benefits brought by the white light. Every white light was the purest collection of spiritual energy. Moreover, there wasn't a single bit of leakage during the absorption process. It belonged to whoever it belonged to. Moreover, it didn't have any conflict with one's cultivation. They couldn't even finish absorbing it. Everyone sat cross-legged and tried their best to absorb the pure spiritual energy. Because there was too much spiritual energy, all the bottlenecks were broken through one after another. Naturally, Their own realms were also upgraded continuously. Waves of tyrannical auras of breakthroughs were constantly erupting. As a martial artist, it was already the limit to break through once in a closed-door cultivation. Very few could break through multiple realms consecutively. And it was even more rare for many people to break through at the same time. A quiet environment for cultivation was the minimum requirement. However, the two most basic understandings had been broken today. Not only did they improve together, but they also had to break through continuously. Was this a myth? Legend? Legend? These words couldn't describe the scene in front of them, at least within a radius of 1,000 miles. As these dangerous auras slowly spread, birds and beasts completely disappeared. Not only were they scared away, but many were directly scared to death and died from the shock. Emole was alone above, hiding in the bushes. She looked down extremely carefully and vigilantly at all the movements in the surroundings, protecting everyone's breakthroughs. Her beautiful eyes constantly swept across everyone below. She was really curious. Who would wake up first? Who would be the last to wake up? Perhaps, if the brothers wanted to determine who was better, it would be reflected in these aspects. However, what realm would they break through to this time? Who would be the strongest in the end? As the white light dissipated, everyone had erupted with the aura of breakthroughs many times. An unusually strong aura of a breakthrough suddenly spread out. In that unusually strong aura, Gu Duxing was the first to open his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. Low-grade supreme martial artist. Gu Duxing, who opened his eyes, was completely different from before. At this moment, Gu Duxing was like a divine sword that had been buried for 1,000 years and suddenly appeared in the sky again. That indescribable sense of sharpness made Emole, who was far away, feel a piercing pain in her eyes. She actually felt a sense of powerlessness, as if she couldn't look him in the eye. The next moment, awe-inspiring sword aura spread out, raging back and forth in the air, shuttling back and forth at will. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless trees nearby, when Gu Duxing had just woken up, completely unconsciously spread out and turned into powder. Then, the sword aura swept out and flew far away. It seemed like a large swarm of locusts had flown over. However, the destructive power of this swarm of locusts was slightly greater. Wherever it passed, not only was there no life left, there was no life at all. Gu Duxing's mind had completely returned to normal. He stood up and silently pulled out the black dragon sword. Then, he floated up to the top of a tree. He restrained his aura and stood with his hand on his sword to protect his brothers. Opposite him was Emole. The moment he woke up, he sensed Emole's intentions, so the position he chose at this moment was just right to correspond with Emole. Emole finally heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, while Emole was happy that everyone had become stronger, she also had some fear in her heart. The extraterrestrial demon was also in this forest, and could even be watching from the side with evil intentions. Although according to Chu Yang, the extraterrestrial demon was quite injured in the previous game, Emole still didn't have the confidence to protect everyone present. But now that Gu Duxing had completed his breakthrough and his strength had increased greatly, the burden on her shoulders had been lifted. How could she not be relieved? The second to wake up, greatly out of Emole's expectations, was actually Emo Qingwu. A red figure floated, and Emo Qingwu stood up gracefully. Her pretty eyes blinked twice, and then she floated up and chose another direction, standing with Gu Duxing and Emole. The three of them formed a stable triangle, preventing any changes from happening. Gu Duxing looked around and couldn't help but be shocked. Emo Qingwu's current realm was actually second-grade supreme martial artist, on par with him. This conclusion was really something unbelievable, but Emo Qingwu was now a second-grade supreme martial artist. This was already an unquestionable fact. This little girl's future is really limitless. Gu Duxing's heart shook. The third person to stop was a vigorous and tyrannical aura that was emitted at a certain moment. It was as if 1,000,000 troops suddenly formed up at the same time in an empty field. It was majestic and murderous, like a mountain towering into the clouds, unshakable. This was a kind of natural majesty. Such a domineering aura made Emole happy. He had woken up, there was no mistake. He had successfully broken through. No one would be more familiar with this person than Imo Layer, because that person was Dong Wushang. The Saber Emperor had woken up. Brother Wushang's aura is unparalleled, really impressive. Imo Qinggu, who was at the side, smiled and stuck out her tongue, saying to Imo Layer from afar. Imo Layer smiled and nodded, saying, "It's just that he's a little silly." On the other side, Gu Duxing rolled his eyes, thinking, "You're the only one who said this." If someone else said this, the first one to rush up and get angry would probably be Imo Layer herself. Women were such strange creatures. Towards their men, they could give themselves countless nicknames, and even often scold them with hatred. But if someone else echoed her words and followed her to speak ill of her man, the one who couldn't stand it the most would be the initiator. This point was enough to make one break down. So, if a woman gritted her teeth and spoke ill of a man in front of you, don't try to echo her, because you would very easily offend both the man and woman. The result would be that you wouldn't even know how you died. A sentence of flattering agreement could lead to the most ridiculous result. Don't doubt it. The fourth to stand up was Imo Tianji. Regarding this result, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others were still a little surprised. In their hearts, Imo Tianji had never been a battle-type talent. How come this time? He was even earlier than the recognized martial arts geniuses Ao Xiayun and Xie Danxiong. But they didn't know that Imo Tianji had always been particular about convincing people with reason. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. But it didn't mean that his fighting ability was bad. A wise man could be weak, but he could also have unparalleled abilities, looking down on everyone. For example, Tang Xian Sheng, Diwu Qing Ro, and the master of calculation and manipulation, Imo Tianji. If Chu Yang was here, he wouldn't find it strange at all. Imo Tianji was also one of the 12 famous people in his previous life. How could his fighting ability be bad? This was clearly a ridiculous judgment. Chapter 16:10. After Imo Tianji stood up, this continued for a few breaths. No one else stood up, but the few people around him were all focused on guarding. They didn't say anything or do anything else. With these few people guarding the place, the rest of the people would be absolutely safe. Even if all the top experts of the big clans and law enforcement officers joined forces to attack, the four experts, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Imo Qinggu, and Imo Layer, plus Imo Tianji, who was at the core controlling everything, would definitely be able to successfully stall for time until the brothers came out of seclusion safely. But even so, no one dared to let their guard down. Being able to deal with changes was one thing, but being able to prevent changes from happening was another. Right now, the first rule was only absolute stability. That was all. After a short while, the aura of a breakthrough spread out again. This time, the one who completed the breakthrough was Ao Xie. At this moment, Duke Xie's body was shining with golden light. His aura rose. Behind him, a divine dragon in golden armor vaguely appeared. Its features were vivid and lively. Ao Xian had just stood up when the other two strong auras of a breakthrough also rose one after another. A loud and clear phoenix cry rang through the sky. The figure of a phoenix suddenly appeared. An abnormally hot aura was only slightly released before it was immediately retracted. Rue Budong. The moment he opened his eyes, he realized the current situation. Afraid that the change in his aura would disturb the other brothers' breakthroughs, he immediately restrained his aura completely. The next moment, an incomparably brilliant viburnum flower bloomed between the dragon and phoenix. Xie Danxiong had also completed his breakthrough. After that, only about 2 breaths' time, another 2 auras of a breakthrough descended. GMO and Luokadi. The two of them announced their breakthroughs at the same time and stood up from the ground. GMO turned around and saw that everyone around him had already stood up and tried to circulate their own essence energy. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Wahaha! Damn it! I'm also a second-grade supreme martial artist now. I'm also a super expert now. Luokadi was so excited that he couldn't speak. He cried out twice and flipped 7 or 8 times on the ground. Then, he roared in the air. Awesome. The feeling of a breakthrough is so damn awesome. Imo Tianji said, "Everyone, don't be too excited. Come over here and report your progress first. It could be seen that Mo Tianji was also very excited. Even his voice was trembling. At this moment, he was just barely suppressing his excitement. However, this was the true nature of a military advisor. At this moment, if even the master of calculation and manipulation lost control, it wouldn't be a good thing. A moment later, everyone's situation was now clear to everyone. Gu Duxing, middle-grade supreme martial artist, close to peak-grade supreme martial artist, could step into high-grade supreme martial artist anytime. Dong Wushang, first-grade supreme martial artist. His cultivation level was roughly on par with Gu Duxing's. Ao Xieyun, first-grade supreme martial artist. Xie Danxiang, middle-grade supreme martial artist. Level. Mo Tianji, low-grade supreme martial artist. Mo Qingwu, low-grade supreme martial artist. His cultivation was only slightly below Gu and Dong, but he was above the other brothers. His progress was the most astonishing. GMO, middle-grade supreme martial artist. He was just on the verge of a breakthrough. Luo Kadi, middle-grade supreme martial artist. He was at the same level as GMO. What was worth mentioning was Rue Budong. Perhaps because his strength was the highest previously, he was already at peak-grade supreme martial artist. In terms of cultivation alone, he was still the top of the group. As everyone reported their cultivation level, Mo Tianji's expression became more and more excited. In the end, his face was flushed red. It seemed that it was getting harder and harder to suppress that excitement and impulse. A king-grade martial artist alone could dominate the lower three heavens. An emperor-grade martial artist could intimidate an area in the lower three heavens. Above emperor grade was monarch grade, above monarch grade was saint grade, and above saint grade was first-grade supreme martial artist. Now, among his brothers, there were a total of 10 people who were all first-grade supreme martial artist. Even in the upper three heavens, how many first-grade supreme martial artists could there be? Not to mention that among his brothers, there were a few who could challenge and even win against those of a higher level. For example, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Ao Xieyun, Rue Budong. Although these 4 people were all around the same level now, and only Rue Budong was high-grade supreme martial artist, even if they were to face peak-grade supreme martial artists, they would definitely not be a match for them. Perhaps, they would only be slightly inferior to those legendary peak-grade supreme martial artists. And those people, how many heavens were there in total? Even if he stretched out 5 fingers, he probably wouldn't be able to count them all. For example, the Moon Breeze couple, Ning Tianya, Wu Jueqing, the Dharma Supreme, and a few others. Yes, it seemed that most of these people were on Tribulation's side. As for the big clans, there were definitely high-grade supreme martial artists, such as Xiao Qinyu and Yi Chanshan. But as for those who were peak-grade supreme martial artists, that might not be the case. The big clans could no longer pose a substantial threat to Tribulation now. Or just as the big clans thought, when the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword returned, the big clans would gradually enter the end of their lives. The track of history would turn again. No matter how they resisted, the final outcome would still be the same. The bleak days of U.S. brothers living with our tails between our legs are finally gone forever. Mo Tianji smiled gently. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower. Before this, the brothers were not strong enough and could only choose to hide in the east, fearing that they would be intercepted. If they were really surrounded, there was no need for the big clans to join hands. Any one of the clans could attack with all their strength, or even a supreme martial artist would be able to completely annihilate them. They really had to be very careful. But now, humph, annihilation? What a joke. Now, it was not certain who would be annihilated. Even if any of the brothers were to go out, they would be considered as big shots in the martial world. When they encountered an enemy, even if the enemy was surrounded by several high-grade supreme martial artists, even if they were weak and couldn't win, they could always escape. Moreover, Boss Chu had foresight. Before this, what he trained the most was the brothers' ability to escape unscathed. Each of them could be said to be incomparably slippery. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were slippery and slippery. If the enemy's number is less than 1, then, sorry, please leave your lives behind. The big clans will have to live with the grievances of the past in the future. It has nothing to do with us anymore. This is great. This is really great. Mo Tianji excitedly clenched his left fist and punched his right palm. From now on, Brother Tribulation's name will really sweep across the heavens. We will write a new legend of tribulation. Among the brothers, besides Chu Yang, the one who was most worried about everyone's safety was Mo Tianji, who was the brains of tribulation. He had done all he could to ensure the safety of the brothers. In the countless battles in the past, including the Li clan's battle, he had done all he could to prevent any accidents from happening to the brothers. Now that everyone's strength had improved greatly, the fatal weakness of lacking strength in the past no longer existed. Mo Tianji could be said to have truly started to relax. Haha, that's right. We will sweep across the heavens and write a new legend, a legend that belongs to us. The brothers were all so excited that they couldn't control themselves. No one would have thought that the 8th fragment of tribulation sword that Boss Chu had obtained would bring them such great benefits. This was the so-called reaching the heavens in a single step. Moreover, it was a single step without any hindrance or cushion. Even Gu Duxing, who always had a cold face, had a gentle smile on his face at this moment. Even if he wanted to force himself to keep a straight face, he couldn't. How could he keep a straight face when his heart was bursting with joy? As for the others, they were all so excited that they were squealing. The 3 clowns, GMO, Luo Kadi, and Rue Batong, simply curled their bodies into balls and rolled around on the ground. They kept colliding with each other and then bounced off each other before continuing to roll around like 3 rubber balls. Duke Aosia and Duke Yunao couldn't stop smiling. One could stuff a durian into his mouth. One really wondered if his chin had already fallen off from laughing. Xie Danqiong maintained a reserved smile. Because of his excitement, his flushed face had long betrayed the joy in his heart. Coupled with his handsome face, he looked like a young lady who was about to get married. He was extremely pretty. That's right, pretty. Dong Wushang grinned foolishly and touched his black saber. Sometimes he tilted his head, then he tilted his head again, and then he tilted his head again. If Second Master Dong's expression at this moment was drawn by someone, it wouldn't need to be drawn foolishly, because this was an absolute foolishness that couldn't be faked. In fact, it looked even more foolish than foolishness. It seemed that there was no other expression more foolish than his current one. Mo Qingwu gasped for breath in small mouthfuls. Her beautiful face was flushed red. She was truly a feast for the eyes. She had a unique charm. Mo lay or leaned against Dong Wushang and also smiled happily. Then, she felt a little depressed. She pinched Dong Wushang and asked softly, "What about me?" Dong Wushang was so happy that he didn't hear clearly. But even if he did, he might not be able to understand immediately. He asked subconsciously, "What?" "I'm talking about me. All of you have reached the peak level now. I'm the only one who's still at the peak level. The gap is too big." Emole was a little angry. Why did this bastard become deaf when he was happy? But seeing that there were so many people around, she didn't want to be too loud. She could only ask softly, "What are you talking about?" Or some boom. Dong Wushang only felt that he was about to explode with joy. For a moment, he actually still didn't hear clearly what Emole was talking about. He heard Emole's peak level as some boom. He couldn't help but scratch his head and grin foolishly. "What are you talking about? Be loud." Emole was already embarrassed. Plus, there was some imbalance that she couldn't tell outsiders. Seeing him being so silly, she couldn't help but fly into a rage. She gathered all her strength and punched Dong Wushang's lower abdomen. She gritted her teeth and said, "Pig, what boom?" Just like that. Chapter 1611. Dong Wushang was caught off guard. Even though he was a supreme martial artist, he still couldn't take it. He was instantly sent flying like a gold ingot. He was still a little confused. "How did you coax?" "Ouch. It hurts. How did you do that?" Boom. Emole flew up with a flushed face and chased after Dong Wushang's flying body. She gave him a series of blows and scolded angrily. "Just like that. Just like that. Just like that. Just like that." Boom. At the side, all the brothers who were so happy that they couldn't tell north from south didn't know what was going on. They all quieted down instantly. What was going on? All of them watched as Imo lay or displayed her might, and Dong Wushang was being hit here and there like a sandbag. Booming sounds rang out incessantly, and Dong Wushang's screams rose and fell one after another. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat and look at each other in dismay. What was going on? Brothers, you mustn't find a wife like this. You'll really die. This was a classic example. My God, this was too ruthless. Luckily, Old Dong was already a mid-grade supreme martial artist. If his cultivation was a little weaker, wouldn't he be smashed into meat paste? Especially GMO looking at Dong Wushang being beaten up there. He couldn't help but think of Huyan Aoba. In that instant, his whole body trembled. He really could empathize with Dong Wushang, and he actually couldn't help but feel a little scared. It seemed that Huyan Aoba wasn't much kinder than Imo Layer. She was even more violent. Old Dong's body is already like this. What about me? Oh my God. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. Second Master Ji forced himself to calm down, but he was still tongue-tied. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and his eyes were a little dazed. He was scared. His legs also seemed to be trembling a little. You're today, just like me tomorrow, boo-hoo. Today's matter seemed to have created another super record. A mere mid-grade supreme martial artist beat a mid-grade supreme martial artist into a pig's head without any ability to fight back. She even scared another mid-grade supreme martial artist to the point that his legs trembled, and the other 7 mid-grade supreme martial artists to the point that they kept quiet out of fear. Miss Imo Layer's achievement was not only unprecedented, but also unprecedented. She was the only one throughout history. How are you going to do that? Accompanied by Imo Layer's angry shout, Dong Wushang's huge body was kicked out like a shooting star, crashing into and breaking several big trees. Finally, his whole body was embedded in the trunk of the last big tree. Seeing Imo Layer turn around and walk over angrily, the brothers all tactfully turned their heads and started to chat as if nothing had happened. What's wrong with asking at this time? Ask why. All of them were people who had run into bad luck and might invite disaster upon themselves. None of them were fools. Wow, your hairstyle is so handsome now. Is that so? Ha ha ha. GMO, you are also very handsome now. Very handsome indeed. Yes. Little Wolf has a lot of character now. Guduxing is wearing all black today. Wow. So cool. That's right. Mo Tianji is laughing like a fool. Such meaningless words were exchanged very enthusiastically among the 7 mid-grade supreme martial artists. Looking at this bunch of shameless people, Imo Layer stomped her feet hatefully. She almost wanted to rush back and beat Dong Wushang up again. She would feel aggrieved if she couldn't vent her anger. Sister, what's wrong with you? Imo Qingwu whispered into Imo Layer's ear. Brother Wushang doesn't seem like someone who would make you angry. Is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? This bastard. Imo Layer was still full of hatred. He's deaf. He deserves a beating. Imo Qingwu's pretty eyes widened. Deaf? How could a mid-grade supreme martial artist be deaf? But even if he was really deaf, there was no need to beat him up. The two didn't seem to be related at all. Dong Wushang groaned as he struggled out of the tree hole. Then, he limped back. That fierce and domineering aura from before had already vanished into thin air. Instead, it was replaced by confusion, as well as a kind of baffling innocence and injustice. He said gloomily, "What's wrong with you? What's wrong? What did I do to you, you?" Hearing this, Imo Layer was about to fly up again. This idiot, could he be any more infuriating? Energy, wood, energy? Imo Tianji hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Okay, Wushang. I have something very important to tell you. Come over, quickly. How smart was Imo Tianji? His intelligence was naturally not something Dong Wushang could compare to. Although the two of them didn't say the whole story clearly, he could guess it with a turn of his head. Imo Layer must have felt that it was unfair because everyone had improved like a rocket while she hadn't, and was still stuck at the same spot. She didn't worry about poverty, but she worried about inequality. This was an indisputable matter. In fact, anyone would feel unbalanced in their heart. Furthermore, Imole was a super figure who was on equal footing with everyone here in the three heavens. Along the way, she had never fallen behind. But now, she had fallen so far behind. It would be strange if she felt good about it. But Dong Wuxiang was a blockhead, and a blockhead who didn't think about anything due to the extreme excitement of improving. He actually didn't hear what Imole said to him clearly. It would be strange if he didn't teach him a lesson. What's wrong? What's so important that you can't say it in front of everyone? Hurry up and say it. I still have something to say to Lei. Dong Wuxiang walked over and asked in a low voice. Sigh. Mo Tianji sighed before speaking. I finally understand what it means to expect better from someone. Why are you so stupid? Do you really think I have something to say to you? I'll be honest with you. Your wife is obviously because... As he spoke, he explained in a low voice. Oh. Dong Wuxiang suddenly understood. He finally understood. He hurriedly turned around and ran back. Sigh. I haven't finished speaking. Mo Tianji hadn't finished speaking and this guy had already left hurriedly. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. I haven't taught you how to pacify her. Why are you in such a hurry? Dong Wuxiang jogged all the way to Imole. He scratched his head helplessly and said, Wife, there's really no way around this. Don't be anxious, don't be angry, and don't feel that it's unfair. Although everyone has improved except for you, there's really no way around this. Before he finished speaking, Imole had already sent a flying kick out in shame. This time, she really used all her strength in shame and anger. Boom. Dong Wuxiang was once again sent flying in the air. He flew even further than before and knocked down even more trees. In midair, Dong Wuxiang's face was even more confused. I really completely understood. Why is she still hitting me? What's going on? Women are really hard to please. She hit me when I don't understand, and hit me when I understand. Imole covered her face and stomped her feet. She shouted in shame, Dong Wuxiang, you pig. You're really a pig. The other brothers sighed and shook their heads, speechless. You're really a pig to a certain extent. Originally, this was a rather private matter. No matter what, Imole was too embarrassed to say it out loud. But Dong Wuxiang's explanation made the whole world know about it and put everything out in the open. How could a girl like Imole get out of this embarrassing situation? Poof! Dong Wuxiang knocked down a few more trees again. He stood up hundreds of feet away and scratched his head, looking confused. He tilted his head and pondered for a long time. He felt that he didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Then, he suddenly felt extremely wronged and asked, Why? Why did you hit me again? Upon hearing this question, including Imole and Mo Qingwu, everyone's actions were uniform. They all covered their faces with their hands. They really didn't expect. This guy still didn't understand until now. What kind of innate talent is this? Please don't use a pig to describe this guy. This is obviously mocking other people's pigs. This time, everyone tacitly chose to stand aside and watch Dong Wuxiang's astonishment and injustice. A few enthusiastic people even wanted to step forward and explain, but they were stopped by GMO and Luokadi. What a joke. What are you trying to explain? Let's just watch the show. Second Master G even secretly started a bet. Let's see how long Second Master Dong can be stupid before he comes to his senses. So, all the brothers who placed their bets went up one after another. Sigh, what a bunch of guys who just want to see the world in chaos. When a brother is in trouble, not only do they not help, they even want to hit him when he's down. Really bad. Mo Tianji looked at this scene and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Then, he walked over and placed a bet of 100 purple crystals. What should we do next? Xie Danqiong's eyes were filled with boundless eagerness. Everyone had improved their cultivation. Naturally, they had to find an opponent to practice with. Only then could they consolidate their current cultivation. Let's wait for Chu Yang to come up first. Mo Tianji nodded calmly, indicating for everyone to calm down. Hearing this, everyone quieted down. Yes, Boss Chu hadn't come up yet. Everyone had improved so much, but who knew what level Boss Chu had improved to? Who wants to bet with me? Second Master G's gambling spirit was triggered. The bet hadn't ended yet, but he actually wanted to open another bet. I bet that Boss Chu is at least high grade now. There are 3 choices for you to bet on: grade, high grade, peak grade. Those who want to bet, come quickly. People here are stupid and have a lot of money. It's a waste not to take advantage of this. Luo Kadi shouted loudly. Then, he placed a bet of 500 purple crystals on the grade. According to everyone's experience, as long as Boss Chu improved, he would be about the same level as the brothers under normal circumstances. Besides, it was only the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword. It wasn't the last fragment yet, so he should be about the same level as everyone else. It definitely wouldn't be much higher. So, choosing the grade was very promising. It was precisely because people shared the same thoughts, their hearts shared the same reasoning. Everyone placed their bets. Most of them were betting on the grade. Only Imo Qingwu, who had unlimited trust in Chu Yang, directly placed a bet of 500 purple crystals on the peak grade. GMO beamed with delight. Little sister Qingwu is really kind. You see that I'm poor, so you're deliberately giving me purple crystals to make up for my deficit. All right, seeing that this little girl is sincere, I'll give you 10 purple crystals for the peak grade. Chapter 1612. Although it was stated that the odds were 1 to 10, everyone still looked at this guy with extreme disdain. Reaching the peak of the supreme grade was obviously an impossible option. This guy was obviously trying to cheat the little girl of her money. Naturally, no one would fall for it. Only Imo Tianji's eyes lit up. He murmured, 1 to 10? Then I'll also reach the peak of the low grade. 1 soul of purple crystal. He smiled. I'm Little Wu's brother. Of course, I have to support my sister firmly. GMO shouted excitedly. Good. Your share will also be 1 to 10. He grinned crookedly. That was a piece of soul of the purple crystal. A priceless treasure. Imo Tianji had really lost this time. To think that I, Second Master Ji, would actually be able to take advantage of Imo Tianji one day. And a huge advantage at that. But was it really so easy to take advantage of Imo Tianji? Imo Tianji smiled and said, I say, GMO, if you want to gamble, you have to be fair. Even if you're the banker, you have to have the ability to back it up. It's one thing if you're confident in winning the bet, but if you lose, can you compensate with 10 pieces of souls of the purple crystal? This. GMO was tongue-tied. Then, he laughed maniacally. You think I'll lose? How can I possibly lose? Don't you know that 1 out of 10 gamblers will lose? The only one who doesn't lose is the banker. As the saying goes, one can never lose a bet. Nothing is absolute in this world. What if you lose? You can't be trying to gain something without risking anything, right? Winning or losing is important, right? Imo Tianji's smile didn't fade. He was quietly putting pressure on GMO, yes, or I won't accept your bet. There's no point in winning against my own brother. GMO had no choice but to give up on the fat meat in his mouth. He casually came up with an excuse that even he himself didn't believe to smooth things over. That's not necessary. I won't force you to compensate with 10 souls of purple crystal. Imo Tianji said, if you really lose, as long as you agree to one condition, we'll bet like this. GMO was overjoyed. He said proudly, say it. There's nothing that Second Master Ji doesn't dare to agree to. Imo Tianji chuckled. I won't make things difficult for you. If you lose in the future, before you speak, you'll first say, they all had to say one thing first. GMO is a stupid bird. Then we'll start talking. What do you say? Do you dare to bet? It was just a matter of touching lips, and he had already won the soul of the purple crystal. You're the one who's taking advantage of this bet. The crowd roared with laughter. Imo Tianji's condition could be said to be extremely miserly. Imo Tianji's request wasn't excessive in the sense that the stakes were fair. After all, GMO had a huge advantage. But it would be very unsightly if GMO lost. Everyone knew that Imo Tianji hated GMO for failing to live up to his expectations. And he especially hated GMO's slippery and cheap mouth. His anger was the most difficult to suppress. Imo Tianji had once said, if GMO can control his annoying mouth and tongue and restrain his rascal temper, then GMO's future achievements won't lose to anyone in the world, especially when this guy was impudent. Apart from Chu Yang, he was careless and carefree towards everyone else. Emotionji hated it the most when other people were glib with him. It was confusing, but GMO repeated it over and over again. Now that there was an opportunity before him, he might as well take advantage of it to get rid of this guy's bad habit. If GMO really lost the bet, he would have to scold him for being a fool every time he opened his mouth to speak. Then, Emotionji believed that GMO would definitely speak less in the future. He would only speak when he absolutely had to. Being a man of few words was definitely not a Leduo. GMO was so infuriated by Emotionji's words that his face turned red. He didn't care about anything else. He shouted loudly, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let's bet then. But, if you lose, you have to give me another soul of the purple crystal." Yes. Anyway, he was sure to win. As long as he won, who would care about the stakes? He might as well take this opportunity to ask for another soul of the purple crystal for his wife to raise her cultivation. I'll bet. It's a deal. Heaven and earth bear witness. Anyone who reneges on a bet is a fool. Emotionji agreed without hesitation. Oh yeah. GMO did a somersault in excitement. I've hit the jackpot today. Today is probably my lucky day. First, my cultivation has improved tremendously. Then, something as good as the soul of the purple crystal has delivered itself to my doorstep. This is what they call unparalleled fortune. What do you mean by luck? This is luck. Emotionji smiled reservedly and said, "Congratulations on your luck. You've struck it rich." GMO couldn't close his mouth. He, who felt that victory was in his hands, didn't consider what would happen if he lost. They didn't know if it was the will of the heavens, but a slight tremor suddenly came from the ground as soon as the bets were settled. Then, everyone saw that countless big trees had gathered together to form a super big tree. And that big tree was where Chu Yang and Dukyu were. But it suddenly disappeared. It had disappeared into thin air just like that, turning into a very spacious open space. The next moment, countless shrubs and flowers grew rapidly in that open space. In just a few breaths' time, it had already turned into an abnormally dense patch of grass. This was the City of Elves' unique way of hiding from others. If this change hadn't happened right in front of everyone's eyes, no one would have believed that there was nothing there just a few breaths' time ago. It was even more unbelievable that there was a huge tree there just a few moments ago. Seeing this change, the brothers couldn't help but be shocked. The disappearance of this huge tree meant that the City of Elves had completely revived and concealed itself again. It also meant that the matter with Big Brother down there had come to an end. Big Brother was finally coming out. Although they hadn't seen each other for only half a month, everyone was still a little excited. After all, they had just experienced an improvement that was like a meat pie falling from the sky. Who wouldn't be excited and want to share this joy with Big Brother? GMO was even more excited. Well, it wasn't really that strange. Because he was excited because not only could he flaunt his achievements, but he could also get a large sum of wealth in his pocket. Second Master G was already smiling so widely that his eyes couldn't be seen. Beside him, Luoku D was looking at him jealously. He was muttering, as if cursing and complaining. Why couldn't he get anything out of such a good thing? GMO, this fellow, had taken all the advantages. Sigh, what a miscalculation. Why didn't we open that bet first? Good cabbage was taken by that fellow. I'm definitely not jealous. I just can't stand seeing a villain getting ahead of himself. Chu Yang finally returned full of joy. When he came in front of his brothers, he thought that even if they didn't line up to welcome him warmly, they would at least come over to express their condolences. Not to mention others, even the little girl would definitely come over. Even if the little girl was shy and didn't come over, she should at least come over and say a few intimate words, right? Unexpectedly, the 10 people on the ground were all looking at him with strange expressions. What was going on? For a moment, Chu Yang only thought that he had come out naked again. Previously, when he was breaking through, he completely didn't notice that his clothes, pants, shoes, and socks were completely torn. A certain elf had stared at him for a long time. Luckily, there were only the two of them. Would it be again? He hurriedly looked down. That's not right. My clothes and shoes are very neat. When I came out of the ground just now, I paid special attention to my clothes so that they weren't torn. If they were exposed again, I would really be a laughing stock. Since I'm not exposed, Then what was going on? What was going on? I say, what are you all looking at? Is my face dirty? Chu Yang asked puzzledly. Although there was no problem with his clothes and shoes, could it be that his face was stained with dust or something? Cough, cough, cough. When they heard the question, all the brothers coughed together. Their actions were uniform, and no one answered. Actually, it wasn't their fault that their reactions were strange. It was just that Gu Duxing and the others were all puzzled in their hearts. Why couldn't they see through Chu Yang's cultivation now? What level was Boss at? Who can tell me what's going on? Why are all of you so strange? Chu Yang asked. Ahem, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Emo Tianji coughed and asked, I say, Boss, what level have your cultivation reached now? This time, it should be a big improvement, right? Facing the reappearance of a certain unfathomable king of hell, the master of calculation and manipulation was a little afraid and inadvertently used honorifics. Chu Yang looked up and his gaze slid across everyone. He said, not bad, not bad. Everyone has already reached the level of first-grade supreme martial artist and above. Ha ha ha, congratulations, congratulations. Luo Kadi hurriedly asked, what about you, boss? What level have you reached? Chu Yang pondered for a moment and felt his own situation. He said seriously, just based on cultivation, a conservative estimate would be that I'm probably at the level of first-grade supreme martial artist now. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Although they couldn't see through Chu Yang's cultivation, they knew that his cultivation should be above everyone else. However, they still didn't dare to confirm that Chu Yang had reached the peak of heavenly layer. GMO, who almost blacked out, suddenly thought of Chu Yang's words. Hoping for a chance, he asked, Boss, what you said just now was a conservative estimate of first-grade supreme martial artist. If that's not a conservative estimate, if I don't make a conservative estimate, even if I can't compare to the Dharma Supreme Wu Jueqing and Ning Tianya, I can probably reach the level of the Moonbreeze Elders. Chu Yang replied humbly. When this sentence came out, Mo Qingwu cheered. Mo Tianji clenched his fists, an inexplicable excitement on his face. Everyone else was dumbfounded, as if they had seen a deity. Luo Kadi was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he let out an aha and laughed so hard that tears flowed down his face. He thought to himself, retribution. This is retribution. Who asked you to set up a gambling house? Now you know the dangers of gambling. Luckily, he had always stayed out of it. GMO completely lost all hope. His face twisted and convulsed in an instant, as if he had lost his parents. He opened his mouth and almost cried. Other than Mo Tianji and Mo Qingwu, all the brothers who participated in the gambling were wiped out. No one won. Gu Duxing and the rest's bets were of course swallowed by GMO, the banker. However, GMO, the banker who seemed to have won alone, was the one who lost the most. Although only 2 people won, one of them had to pay 10 times the compensation. All the bets he earned were not enough to compensate Mo Qingwu alone. Not to mention there was another bet that was even more ridiculous. GMO is a stupid bird. This, oh my god. You can't cheat people like this. Chapter 16:13. Ayaya, boss. GMO wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He said miserably, boss, why did you improve so much? You tricked me. What? I tricked you? What do you mean? What's going on? Chu Yang asked curiously. Ha ha ha. The brothers naturally understood. Their laughter shook the heavens, but no one explained. Mo Qingwu moved closer to Chu Yang's ear and giggled as she recounted the entire process of the bet. Chu Yang was stunned in an instant. Then, when he saw GMO's expression, he couldn't help but laugh. GMO, you must accept your loss. Now, you can honor your bet. Mo Tianji said emotionlessly. I can compensate you with 10 souls of the purple crystal and cancel the bet. GMO said weakly. Sure, there's no problem with such great benefits. You can cancel the bet if you honor it. Hand it over. Mo Tianji was very straightforward and magnanimous. I'll owe it to you first, wait for me. GMO pleaded. That won't do. I want to see enough souls of the purple crystal or hear that sentence. Emo Tianji refused without hesitation. Second brother Emo, you're my brother, my good brother. At this moment, GMO was like a coquettish puppy wagging its tail, holding Emo Tianji's sleeve and begging. Emo Tianji's status was gradually rising, and he was advancing like an elder. Emo Tianji was impartial and tried to break free from someone. If you're a man, you must accept your loss. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Everyone jeered. To someone who had won against everyone but lost to Emo Tianji, they naturally had to hit him when he was down. Yes, GMO, you must honor the bet. The bet just now was witnessed by heaven and earth. You're not a man if you don't keep your word. Are you still a man? Isn't it just a sentence? It's just lips opening and closing. Do you have to be so evasive? Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. Hurry up. GMO was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. He said indignantly, I finally understand. You guys are a bunch of heartless and inhumane people. Isn't it just a sentence? I'll admit it. Emo Tianji slowly said, Stop. Don't try to confuse the public. That's not just a sentence. Pay attention. You have to say this sentence every time you speak. Everyone here is a witness. He is also a supervisor. GMO shouted hysterically, Good. Then, everyone quieted down. Chu Yang took out his water skin to drink as he asked Emo Qingwu, What was that sentence? It seemed that Emo Qingwu had said everything just now, but she had left out the part about the bet. GMO is a stupid bird. Second Master Ji had already called out with a heroic spirit. It happened to coincide with Emo Qingwu's reply in a low voice. GMO is a stupid bird. Second Master Ji said passionately, Is this good enough? PFFF. Minister Chu spat out a mouthful of water, and it happened to spray onto Emo Qingwu's pretty face. The little girl was talking to him with her head raised, and her face was immediately washed by the water. She stared at him sullenly. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Sorry. Cough, cough. Chu Yang kept coughing as he hurriedly apologized. On the other side, it was already a sea of joy. The brothers wanted to see the world in chaos. They all fought to speak to GMO. GMO, look at Luo Kudi now. GMO is a stupid bird. GMO said, What about Luo Kudi? More popular novels. Baidu search. GMO, don't be too sad. You'll get used to it. You know it. Everyone knows it. Emo Tianji is really a good-for-nothing. Ao Xie Yun smiled evilly. GMO is a stupid bird. GMO gritted his teeth and said, Yes, Emo Tianji is indeed a good-for-nothing. You are also a good-for-nothing. GMO is a stupid bird. Since he had already said it, Second Master Ji might as well just go with the flow. The more he said it, the smoother it got. He gritted his teeth and thought, I'll change my name to GMO in the next moment. I won't be called GMO anymore. Chu Yang was almost out of breath. He walked to GMO and patted his shoulder. GMO? Why are you? GMO is a stupid bird. Second Master Ji said reflexively, What's the matter, boss? The corners of Chu Yang's mouth spasmed for a while. Why are you so stupid? You're even stupider than Wushang. You can't take out the souls of purple crystal to fulfill the bet. Why don't you borrow them from me? I have plenty of them here. Not to mention 10. I have even 20. Huh? GMO stared at Chu Yang with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief and utter speechlessness. It's not a big deal. Chu Yang casually grabbed a handful of souls of purple crystal from the tribulation space. They shone in the air. There were more than 20 of them. Don't you have a lot here? Do you have to go to that extent? Ah, GMO screamed. Oh my God. Oh my God. At the side, the brothers were already laughing so hard that they fell over. GMO suddenly snatched the souls of purple crystal from Chu Yang's hands. He rushed to Emo Tianji's side and counted 10 of them. Here's your bet. 10 souls of purple crystal. Will this do? You don't have to make things difficult for me anymore. Emo Tianji took them calmly. His eyes narrowed into a smile as he said, Yes, the bet is settled. We don't owe each other anything. GMO gritted his teeth. No, I said that a few times just now. You should also say Emo Tianji is a fool a few times now. Emo Tianji glared at him and said, What did you say? Do you mean that you still want to continue? Sure. I'll return these souls of purple crystal to you. GMO was instantly stunned. He murmured, No, I didn't mean that. I just, Motionji chuckled. If you didn't mean that, what did you mean? I know that you're indignant, but as the banker, is there such a rule in the bet that you made? The brothers said in unison, No, definitely not. Aha. Look, everyone is a witness. Motionji spread out his hands. Everyone agrees that there's no such rule. So, GMO was completely dumbfounded. He didn't dare to make a sound anymore. He was even afraid that Motionji wouldn't want the souls of purple crystal. If that happened, he would have to continue saying that. He secretly decided that from now on, he wouldn't speak carelessly and make decisions carelessly. The brothers chatted and laughed. In order to celebrate everyone's great improvement in strength, they decided to hold a grand barbecue event in the elven forest. Everyone was in high spirits. Only GMO was like a frost-hit cigar, or like a pitiful little girl who had been ravaged by 20 heavenly demon wheels. There was no need to mention the resentment and grievance he felt. How sad, how miserable, how tragic. Everyone was busy. While they were busy, Chu Yang secretly pulled Motionji to one side. Tianji, this joke seems to have gone a little overboard. Chu Yang was a little unhappy. Brothers could joke around, but if they went overboard, it would be hurtful. Hurtful was even more hurtful. Once there was a crack in a relationship, it was very difficult to mend it. It did go a little overboard. Motionji nodded and admitted, but I did it on purpose. I did it on purpose. Why? Chu Yang asked. Regarding Motionji's answer, Chu Yang felt that it was both unexpected and reasonable. Who was Motionji? The master of calculation and manipulation. The master of tribulations. There were several wise men in the world. How could he ignore reason, kill them all, and target his own brother without leaving any leeway? Sure enough, there was another reason. GMO really talks too much. His temper is also not very good. Moreover, he is the kind that offends people easily. I want to change this bad habit of his. And to treat a serious illness, I naturally have to use strong medicine. Motionji said lightly, No matter what he says in our brother's territory, we can bear it. In the heavenly layer, with our current strength, we don't have to be afraid of anyone. Naturally, we don't have to be afraid of GMO saying the wrong things and offending people. But we will charge into the heavenly layer in the future. That is a completely unfamiliar world. It is a world with a higher level of cultivation. Over there, perhaps just one sentence can cause a disaster. If that time really comes, no matter whether we have the ability to deal with it or not, it will definitely not be a good thing. Also, if we are together, we can bear the responsibility for him. But if we are separated, what will happen? And most importantly, GMO positions himself as the happy fruit of our brothers. This won't do. He is our brother. He can't be a clown. Emotinji said, Besides, he relies too much on our judgment. This is, of course, the most precious thing in a relationship. If we're always together, this is undoubtedly the best thing for him. But if we are separated one day, he will be at a loss. This will undoubtedly harm his entire life. If this temper can't be changed, then in the future, when we charge into the heavenly layer, he can only be with you and me. Or, he can't be separated from the other brothers because he needs someone to look after him, Emotionji said. If things really develop to this point, then it will really be a big deal. My actions this time have indeed hurt his self-esteem, but I think it is worth it. As long as he can change, everything is worth it. Let me be the bad guy. Even if he hates me for a lifetime, it is still better than losing his life. Emotionji said lightly. Chu Yang sighed. Yes, Emotionji was right. As the brothers' cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, everyone already felt that their days in the heavenly layer were not long. Once the sky collapsed and the void shattered, it would be time to separate. Because everyone had their own circumstances. It was absolutely impossible for the brothers to go up together and stay together. Instead, they would be scattered all over the world. If they were not careful, this separation might be forever. And Jimo's carefree and unscrupulous temper was really worrying. Chapter 16:14. The experts of the heavenly imperial court were incomparable to those of the heavenly continent. After being separated, they were even more helpless. Not to mention a word. A look was enough to make others feel murderous, leading to a battle of life and death. The two of them chatted as they walked. At this time, they had already gone to a secluded corner. In the distance, the brothers saw the two of them talking and tactfully did not disturb them. Instead, they lowered their chatter and laughter for fear of disturbing these two big shots. What you said naturally makes sense, but I still feel that some things should be handled more gently. Chu Yang said softly, brothers are different from subordinates. In this world, brothers are hard to come by. Brothers are different from subordinates. Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. He said, I understand. This time, the strength of the brothers has increased greatly. Tianji, do you have any plans for the future? Chu Yang asked. Plans for the future. Mo Tianji pondered and said, how far has the calamity sword reached? Chu Yang scratched his head. It should be at the peak for now. It's completely different from those so-called legends. It's completely different. I'm confident that I can surpass them by a lot. Mo Tianji's eyes lit up, just as I expected. What are the differences? Why are you so confident? Chu Yang said, speaking of which, this matter is very strange. Not to mention the choice of the sword soul. Just the kidnapping is very different from before. There were many legends before that the Brotherhood of the Calamity Sword could move heaven and earth. The Calamity Sword clan intimidates the world. There was also a legend that the Calamity Sword clan did not have the same surname. In other words, the Calamity Sword clan did not have a woman. Chu Yang said with some confusion, but this time, the world has been turned upside down. It completely overturned many of the precedents. The last Calamity Sword clan. All the signs point to Qing Wu. What's going on? Mo Tianji smiled confidently. You're here because of this? Chu Yang said, this is my biggest doubt. Shouldn't I be puzzled? Mo Tianji laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Chu Yang was a little depressed. He was really stunned by Mo Tianji's laughter. What are you laughing at? I'm just laughing at you. You're quite smart, but why do you like to go to a dead end? Mo Tianji smiled for a while and said, don't you know that what I'm practicing now is the world-controlling divine technique? Moreover, we've mentioned before that this world-controlling divine technique, the original senior who had it had only scratched the surface. Logically speaking, people with especially good brains have relatively poor hands-on skills. However, that convention has been broken by me. My current cultivation is already 10 times that of that senior. Mo Tianji insipidly said, but the more I study, the more I feel that this divine technique is as vast as the ocean. However, this divine technique requires one to dabble in many aspects and master them through a comprehensive study. Then, one must walk their own path based on their own understanding. Perhaps it is only suitable for people like me to practice. Chu Yang nodded and said, this is not bad. It had to be said that like people, like birds, like birds. Similarly, like people, like martial arts. Mo Tianji had once asked Chu Yang to help him study the world-controlling divine technique when he was at his greatest bottleneck. In the end, Chu Yang had only looked at it for a short while before he had a headache. He had almost lost his mind. That technique was not very difficult to practice, but the many aspects of knowledge required were too diverse. It was really too troublesome. Chu Yang had only studied it for a total of 3 days before he fled. He did not dare to act rashly again. However, Mo Tianji had relied on his own abilities to forcefully guide others. He had opened up a new path and walked out from it. Currently, I have already reached the peak of the second level of the world-controlling divine technique. Mo Tianji insipidly said, in the general principles of the second level, there is a sentence that goes, 50 great Daos, for heavenly evolutions. Escape 1, myriad of changes. Chu Yang silently nodded. There is another sentence that goes, man has his end. Number has its limit. Number has its limit. Mo Tianji smiled and said, but how many people are there in the world? How can there be a limit? Therefore, it is said that it is the largest number. More popular novels can be found on Baidu. Chu Yang nodded again. At this moment, he seemed to be a little confused, but also a little enlightened. But how could it be related to the Calamity Sword? You are the master of the Calamity Sword. You are the master of the Calamity Sword. You are the first master of the Calamity Sword. In other words, you have already gone to the extreme. Mo Tianji insipidly said, there is no path to the extreme. If there is a path, it is a variable. 50 great Taos, 4 heavenly evolutions. The escape one is the variable. And you are the variable of the Calamity Sword. Mo Tianji insipidly said, don't have any doubts. In fact, from the beginning, I have been divining your fate and everyone's fate. The conclusion is that it is a mess. Everything in the world has its own path to follow. Whether it is the stars, the sun, the moon, or even the gods and saints, they all have their own paths to follow. But you don't have it. Therefore, I boldly speculate that you are the so-called escape one in the land of the heavenly law, the greatest variable in the world. You are the greatest variable. You can definitely change a lot. Even if the entire world is completely changed and overturned, I will not be surprised. It is because you are the greatest variable that we will walk with you for our entire lives. Beside you, we will all return to the chaos and become completely unpredictable. Our path will return to the same place as you. It is also a variable, a place without limits. Mo Tianji said, speaking of which, it is more or less a little complicated. However, it can already be said that the fate of the Calamity Sword this time is very different. It is definitely different. If it is the same as the previous few times, then wouldn't your fate be the same as the previous 8 masters of the Calamity Sword? And wouldn't Du Xing and I also have to go through that inhumane path to fight the heavenly demons? In fact, you, the greatest variable, have already eliminated this possibility from the beginning. Therefore, from then on, our path was already different from the previous Calamity Swords. Why can't there be people with the same surname in the Calamity Sword? Mo Tianji said, regarding this, I think it is probably because the Calamity Sword had to leave after the previous masters and the Calamity Sword united the world. However, perhaps because of the compensation from the heavenly law, it gave his bloodline a chance to reproduce for 10,000 years. Therefore, there are big clans. Since it is a big clan, there must not be people with the same surname. If there are people with the same surname, there can only be 8 or 7 of them. Anyway, it can't be big. As for why there can't be women in the Calamity Sword, it is because, in this world, men are always superior to women. Under normal circumstances, the bloodline of the later generations is dominated by the male surname. Therefore, by the same logic, for the sake of the word big, there can't be a woman in the Calamity Sword. Of course, ever since I found out about this, I have another bold guess. Mo Tianji said, that is, since ancient times, there has been a star array. That is the star array. This array takes unlimited fate and gathers the killing god from all directions. This is a star array and the world's #1 fate-killing array. And the ultimate goal of the Calamity Sword is to exterminate the heavenly demons. Therefore, I have a bold guess. The Calamity Sword from generation to generation is everywhere in the heavenly imperial court. Together with us, it is the killing god from all directions and the killing array from all directions. Why can't there be women in the Calamity Sword? There is another problem. Even if the previous master of the Calamity Sword has died, where did the family members of the previous master of the Calamity Sword go? With the legend of the master of the Calamity Sword, their lovers shouldn't be ordinary people. Mo Tianji's expression was calm. All the information only says that the immediate family members of the master of the Calamity Sword mysteriously disappeared. There has never been any record of their deaths. If that is the case, where did the immediate family members go? Maybe 1 or 2 families are disheartened and live in seclusion in the mountains and forests, never coming out. But it is impossible for all the descendants of the master of the Calamity Sword to be like this. Therefore, I have a bold guess. These people have been moved away. They are not dead. At least, they didn't die in an accident. Chu Yang was shocked. Mo Tianji's guess shocked him quite a bit. However, Mo Tianji didn't give him a chance to speak. He continued, if my guess is correct, I have another bold question. Did the previous master of the Calamity Sword really die? Since the heavens have arranged such an exquisite killing array and such a miraculous passage, then why are the heavens so merciless to heroes like the master of the Calamity Sword? This doesn't seem to fit the meaning of the heavenly law. The heavenly law is fair. If this is the case, where is the justice? Emotionji continued, therefore, I have a bold guess. The previous master of the Calamity Sword might not have died. In our generation, a woman unexpectedly appeared in the land of Calamity. She has the same surname as another Calamity Sword and is the lover of the current master of the Calamity Sword. Why is this so? Is Imo not qualified enough? Why does it have to be Qingwu? Therefore, I have a conclusion. From our generation, the mission of the Calamity Sword will come to an end. The final variable also includes the mission to completely stop the future. Let's end everything here and draw the end. Another point is that the previous Calamity Sword can't have a woman. They can't have the same surname. This is for the continuity of the bloodline in the heavenly layer. But in your generation, in our generation, do we still need to build a big clan in this heavenly layer? Mo Tianji smiled disdainfully. Since we've already come this far, how can we be satisfied with establishing a so-called clan in this heavenly layer continent? How can we be satisfied? If we really want to build a clan, we have to at least reach the heavenly layer. After we become the supreme existence in that area, we will consider building our own clan and establishing our name. Chapter 16:15. Mo Tianji smiled and said, when the previous generation succeeded, they were not young anymore. It's reasonable for them to have wives and descendants. How old are we now? Among all the brothers, who actually has descendants? I believe that in less than a year, we will be able to rush up. Then, even if we want to build a new big clan in the heavenly layer, who will do it? Who has the time? Mo Tianji laughed and said, Boss Chu, our path is already different. It's fundamentally different from the previous generations. In summary, this is the biggest difference between the current sword master of the heavenly layer and the previous generations. Mo Tianji smiled and said, do you understand now? Why are you still worried? You're really looking for trouble. Chu Yang thought for a while and said, you're right. If that's the case, I'm afraid we've already become a huge variable. Since we're variables, even if there's something abnormal, it can still be understood as normal. He laughed and said, and you're right. Why are we still building big clans in the heavenly layer continent? We really don't have the time. If we want to build big clans, we should do it in a higher plane. That's right. Mo Tianji smiled and said, the oldest among us is no more than 20 years old. But we are already at the top of this world. So, if we don't do something, we will be letting down the long years to come. Chu Yang burst into laughter. He could hear the complacency in Mo Tianji's tone when he spoke. Let's go back to the topic. What's the next step? Chu Yang asked. Of course I have plans. Now that everyone's strength has improved greatly, there are too many things that we can do. However, I still need to see your attitude, especially the other clans. What are you going to do? Mo Tianji said, so, I haven't made the final decision. Everything will be decided by your will. Chu Yang nodded and said, the big clans and the law enforcement officers. They're our enemies now. Now, the Long clan is gone, and so is the Li clan. There are only 7 big clans left. I heard that the Shi clan only has a few small fish left. Its strength is almost gone. The Ling family. I have a pretty good impression of this family. As for the other families, that will depend on their circumstances in the future. However, I will definitely not allow the Xiao family and the Qin family to survive. I will definitely fulfill the promise I made that day. Chu Yang's eyes were bloodshot. He said, Wei Wuyin died in the hands of the Chen clan. This hatred has already declared that we cannot live under the same sky. As for the Xiao clan, they are despicable, shameless, and despicable. I don't like them either. So, Xiao clan, Chen clan. Mo Tianji's eyes narrowed. He slowly nodded and said, since that's the case, our initial goal is to destroy these 2 clans. The fate of the great clan that had ruled the heavenly layer for tens of thousands of years was determined by the conversation between the two of them. The unpredictability of the world was nothing more than this. Yes, Chu Yang said, however, there's still the extraterrestrial demons. We must not take this lightly. Even though our strength has improved greatly now, we still cannot let down our guard against the huge threat that is the extraterrestrial demons. I understand. Mo Tianji said, this time, we will go straight to the Yi clan. The Heavenly Cauldron Grand Meeting is about to begin. This time is our chance. Perhaps we can settle many things at once in this grand meeting. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Yes. Since that's the case, our first stop will be the Heavenly Cauldron Grand Meeting. After an unusually lively barbecue, the brothers packed up properly. Under Chu Yang's command, 11 people flew out of the elf forest like meteors. At this moment, the continent was in an uproar. Tribulation Sword Master, Tribulation, extraterrestrial demons, the consequences of the great clan surrounding the Li clan, the emergence of the Three Stars Divine clan. Everything had gathered together during this period of time, and it was truly overwhelming. Even the calmest martial artists would be flustered at this moment. They didn't know where to go. The martial world had officially entered a chaotic era. However, no one knew how long this chaotic era would last. As the saying goes, heroes are born in troubled times. Countless people with ulterior motives began to stir. They were ready to take a share of the spoils in this troubled world. Therefore, everyone had their own plans and schemes. Right now, the continent was like a pot of porridge that had been cooked to a pulp and was stewing in a mess. However, at this extremely tense juncture, a sudden piece of news exploded out of nowhere and resounded in everyone's ears. The Diwu clan, a vassal clan of the Zhuge clan, suddenly declared independence and rose up again in the heavenly layer continent. And the person in charge was Diwu Qingro, who was known to be invincible. The moment this news came out, the already chaotic Jianghu was like a pot of boiling oil that was suddenly splashed with a ladle of water. It exploded. There was a boom. In recent days, it could be said that there were frequent anomalies in the upper three heavens. Many major events had taken place. First, the legendary brother Tribulation, who had been away for 10,000 years, had reappeared and announced that the doomsday of the big clans was coming. 3 big clans that had been standing for more than 10,000 years had fallen one after another. Even their chickens and dogs had not been spared. Then, a new aristocratic clan had risen up and was in the limelight. However, it had caused countless disturbances. The long-awaited Tianding Grand Meeting was about to start again. People from all over the world gathered in the bustling capital. The capital was located in the territory of the Yi clan. The ordinary people attending the meeting didn't know that many earth-shattering changes were about to happen in the martial world. Even if some well-informed people knew a little, they didn't know that the situation had become so serious. The only thing that was recognized by the people of Jianghu was that the Tianding Grand Meeting was about to be held again. This grand meeting provided a great opportunity for all the martial artists in the world to reach the sky in a single bound. So, they came one after another excitedly, wave after wave, wave after wave, wave after wave. Everyone gathered together and talked excitedly. They talked about the Tribulation Sword Master who was now as powerful as the sun, and about the great clans that were still like giants. Yes, since the Li clan was besieged and annihilated, the Lan clan was destroyed, and most of its experts were killed. The Shi clan was completely dead, and only a few people were left. Naturally, they didn't deserve to be called a great clan anymore. Therefore, there were only great clans left now. However, these great clans were still unshakable giants in the eyes of ordinary people. Of course, there were still the law enforcement officers. As for the mysterious extraterrestrial demon, it seemed that they didn't know anything about it. What was it? I wonder if it's delicious? For people who didn't know what the extraterrestrial demon meant, the extraterrestrial demon was nothing, not even a bird. There was no need to take it to heart at all. Even if the extraterrestrial demon was really very strong, there were tens of billions of people here. Even a mouthful of saliva from each person would be enough to drown the extraterrestrial demon. Of course, Those who really knew the inside story didn't dare to think so. This was also the so-called, the ignorant are fearless. The current Tianding Grand Meeting has long changed. The current Tianding Grand Meeting is no longer the Tianding Grand Meeting of the past. I don't even know what the Dharma Supreme wants to do. At a secret meeting, Yi Qianqian said in an unusually heavy voice. Everyone present had very heavy expressions on their faces. In fact, their expressions were very ugly. Heavy and ugly, as if someone had died in their family. This meeting was of an absolutely secret level. There were very few participants, only a total of 8 people. Other than Yi Qianqian, Shao Qinyu, Zhuge Sangqiang, Ling Muyang, Qin Yingfeng, Shi Peixiang, and Qiu, there was also a leader of a new clan, Diwu Qingru. Diwu Qingru established the Diwu clan at this extremely delicate time and announced his intention to break away from the Zhuge clan. Once this news was out, there were actually a lot of followers. Diwu Qingru's reputation rose like the sun during the Northwest Encirclement. Even if he wasn't as famous as the Tribulation Swordmaster, he was still above Mo Tianji, the strategist of Tribulation. Everyone knew that if they followed Diwu Qingru, unless they were in a certain death situation, Diwu Qingru would always be able to save their own lives. And in this chaotic world, what was the most important thing? Naturally, it was their own life. To the people of the martial world who lived on the edge of their blades all year round, safety was the most important thing. Only when they were alive would their family be safe. Once his little life was over, his family, who had once been well-fed, would immediately become worse than slaves. Under the guidance of certain people, intentionally or otherwise, more and more people joined Diwu Qingru's side. In just a short span of a month, the new Diwu clan had already gradually grown stronger. Now, Diwu Qingru had gathered more than 100 supreme-level experts under his command at an unknown time. With such strength, even the old Zhuge clan could only reluctantly acknowledge the position of the Diwu clan. Now that there were internal and external troubles, the Zhuge clan really couldn't afford another civil war. Although Zhuge Sangqiang still felt an indescribable unhappiness when he saw Diwu Qingru now, he knew in his heart that the current Diwu Qingru was no longer the tactician who lived with his tail between his legs in the Zhuge clan. Now, he was the master of a top clan, a big shot who was on equal footing with him. Although the foundation of this top clan was still a little weak, or even completely without any foundation, it was just a nouveau riche in its bones. But it could no longer be ignored. They didn't even dare to look down on it. Yes, they didn't dare to. No one dared to look down on Diwu Qingru. In the past, King of Helchu didn't dare to, and now, the ancestors of the big clans didn't dare to either. Surpassing, the ancestor of the Shi clan, was currently sitting on a chair with a pale face. Streaks of black light swam on his face from time to time. Occasionally, he would cough and spit out a mouthful of blood. As the only survivor of the Shi clan, he barely managed to escape here after being injured by the extraterrestrial demon. Until now, he hadn't recovered. He didn't even know if he could truly recover. What's the situation now? Shao Qinyu took a deep breath, his sharp eyes emitting a frightening glow. About the Dharma Supreme being the successor of the extraterrestrial demon, how much credibility is there? Regarding this news, I have already completely sealed it off to prevent panic. After all, this statement is too shocking. Once it is exposed, I'm afraid there will be chaos in the world. Yi Qianqian said solemnly, but I can guarantee in the name of my ancestors and the safety of my descendants, there is absolutely no falsehood in this matter. The Dharma Supreme is indeed the successor of the extraterrestrial demon, and one who has been deeply possessed by the extraterrestrial demon. It is completely possible to say that he is the extraterrestrial demon. Hearing this answer, the eyes of Shao Qinyu and the others darkened. Some didn't dare to use too much force, only taking a light breath. Everyone's hearts were indescribably heavy. They didn't want this statement to be true, but at this moment, they had no choice but to believe it. The world was about to be in chaos. The Dharma Supreme was the extraterrestrial demon. What did this statement mean? How serious were the consequences? It meant that the heavy heavens continent would be completely overturned. Everyone present was well aware of this point. If that is the case, then why did the Dharma Supreme still order the law enforcement officers to initiate this Tianding Grand Meeting? Xiao Qinyu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. With some difficulty, he said, "What is his motive?" Yi Chengqian coughed and flipped open a few pieces of paper in front of him. He said, "We can't conclude what his motive is yet, but I have a few pieces of news here. Let me explain. In the morning 13 days ago, 3 supreme martial artist experts from the mountains and rivers on the left bank died. When their corpses were discovered, they had already decomposed and their bones had decayed. It has been confirmed that the corpses are not poisonous. However, the flowers and trees around the corpses all withered. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, everything, including ants and earthworms, died without exception. It has been confirmed that this is the result of the extraterrestrial demon energy. In the evening 13 days ago, 17 martial saint and monarch-level experts died 500 miles away from the left bank. Their manner of death is the same as above. In the middle of the night 13 days ago, 2 martial saint experts died 700 miles away from the left bank. In the early morning 12 days ago, a 5th-grade supreme martial artist expert who came to participate in the Tianding Grand Meeting was found dead by the roadside. 10 days ago, in the northern part of the city last night, a total of 300 people died. The weakest among them was an emperor-level martial artist. Yi Chengqian closed the pieces of paper that recorded the information of the deaths and said seriously, "From this, we can conclude that the extraterrestrial demons, or heavenly supremes, have already started a massacre by hook or by crook. Up till now, the weakest among the deceased was an emperor-level martial artist. This is because there are even more king-level martial artists in this area during this period of time, but they haven't been harmed at all. There's another point. All of the deceased died in the same way. Their pupils were dilated, and there wasn't any spiritual energy around them. Therefore, I can conclude that the reason why they killed people was to seize the spiritual energy of these people. To kill so many people without any scruples shows that they need an extremely large amount of spiritual energy." Yi Chengqian said solemnly, "Now, the Tianding Grand Meeting that they are actively organizing is obviously going to be held as scheduled. This means that they need even more spiritual energy. How much spiritual energy do they need exactly? How many more people do they need to kill?" Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Spiritual energy might sound mysterious and unfathomable to ordinary people, but high-level martial artists all knew that spiritual energy did indeed exist. Whether it was an ordinary person or a martial artist, after deep contemplation, regardless of whether their spirit was destroyed or they died a normal death, there would be spiritual energy lingering around the corpse for a period of time and not dissipating for a very long time. In the ordinary sense, these energies were completely invisible and untouchable. They belonged to the supernatural category, but they really existed. For example, if someone had just died in a place, even if someone completely unaware of the matter walked past the place for a certain period of time, they would also feel a kind of eerie feeling. Ordinary people thought of it as intuition, but actually it wasn't. This was actually the effect of spiritual energy. No matter which world it was in, it was the same for all. However, according to what Yi Chengqian had said, things were getting serious now. This is my personal opinion. Don't criticize me if I disagree. People killed by the extraterrestrial demons or the Dharma Supreme actually didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations around their corpses. This meant that the spiritual energy had already been devoured by them. Such a situation would only occur if it was completely devoured, because even if it was destroyed and disintegrated, there would still be some remnants and it wouldn't disappear completely. Cough, cough, cough. Shi Jiashir coughed with difficulty and said hoarsely, "That's right. When the extraterrestrial demons massacred my clan, I also felt that something was wrong back then. It's only now that I understand that all the people who were killed back then had lost their spiritual energy. Damn it, that damn demonic creature actually made my entire clan." As he spoke, he suddenly panted heavily. His eyes reddened slightly, and he clenched his teeth and shut his mouth. His foundation of 10,000 years and all his family members had all perished in one night. And they couldn't be any more dead. Their spirits were destroyed, and they were consigned to eternal damnation. Even for this old man who was 10,000 years old, every time he thought of it, He felt inexplicably sorrowful and couldn't control himself. Jiashir almost shed tears. Then, he circulated his energy and a burst of mist rose from his eyes, evaporating his tears into mist. In that case, the purpose of the Tianding Grand Meeting this time is to attract people so that the extraterrestrial demons or the Dharma Supreme can seize the spiritual energy of martial emperors and above for their own use. Zhuge Tsangqiong's voice was very heavy. There were plenty of strange martial arts in the heaven realm, but such a terrifying ability to seize one's spiritual energy was something that he had never heard of before. I think it's very likely that the extraterrestrial demons were injured earlier and needed the help of spiritual energy to heal, said Yi Chenshin. With the information provided by Yi Zue, he could easily deduce this point. He said dispassionately, "The reason why I sealed off the news and kept it a complete secret is because since they want to use the spiritual energy, they have to come out and hunt high-level martial artists. To us, this is also an opportunity to lure them out. If it's just to destroy the Tianding Grand Meeting this time, we can naturally do it easily. But in that case, there's a high possibility that we'll expose that we already know about their background. If they hide their tracks, we'll probably never be able to find them again. If we wait for them to recover in secret, we won't even have the chance to retaliate." Chapter 16:16. Yi Chenshin heaved a long sigh. "Today, I have urgently gathered all of you here for this matter. How should we go about it? We must make a decision today. Time really waits for no man." The reason why I said that time waits for no man is because I received a secret intelligence report earlier. Under the Dharma Supreme's summons, all the higher-ups of the law enforcement officers have already turned out in full force, including the Patriarch group that has not been mobilized for a long time. They will be here by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Yi Chenshin added, "I believe everyone understands without me having to say it. There are quite a number of low-grade supreme martial artists among these people. Some of them are even old monsters who have lived for more than 10,000 years and are from the same generation as the Moonbreeze couple. Many of them have fought with them before and lost only by a small margin. Even if these people are not as strong as the Moonbreeze couple, they are definitely extremely difficult opponents. How should we deal with them? This is another question that we have to consider." Yi Chenshin laughed bitterly and shook his head, somewhat speechless. Deal with them, make decisions. Everyone was speechless for a moment. The large-scale arrival of the law enforcement officers this time could be said to have truly turned out in full force. Obviously, it was the Dharma Supreme's request that even the world order was used. Was there a need to ask why the Dharma Supreme would make such a request? None of the people present were fools. How could they not understand by now? The Dharma Supreme, or the extraterrestrial demon, urgently needed the spirits of a large number of experts. Now that he had first used the name of the law enforcement officers to hold the Tianding Grand Meeting and gathered a large number of experts in one place, and then gathered all the experts on his side, it was easy to imagine what he was planning to do. Faced with such an almost unbeatable iron current, what should they do? Yi Chenshin wasn't the only one who was feeling uncertain right now. Even the rest of the people present were at a loss. Who did the Dharma Supreme really want to deal with in such an unscrupulous manner? It was none other than the big clans, or the Tribulation Sword Master. As for the other itinerant practitioners of the martial world, even if there were some experts, they would not have as many experts as the big clans. Everyone frowned and kept silent with gloomy expressions. It wasn't that they were pretending to be reserved, but they really had nothing to say and were unable to respond. Yi Chenshin said, "Right now, we really don't have the time to hesitate anymore. Two extremely powerful enemies are already closing in on us, right in front of us. Based on the unscrupulous way that the Heavenly Demon and the Dharma Supreme do things, they have already shown that they don't care about us at all. They only see us as their targets, their food ingredients, and their nourishing medicine." That day, the moment he appeared, he swallowed the entire Shur clan. After that, he slaughtered his way to this day. Also, according to the signs, the Tribulation Sword Master has obtained the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. This means that he is about to ascend to the upper stage of the heavenly layer and begin his destiny as the Master of Calamity Sword. Originally, The Tribulation Sword Master and the Heavenly Demon could be said to be irreconcilable, but the Tribulation Sword Master's primary target is still us. Even if the Heavenly Demon is destroyed, the Tribulation Sword Master will not let us go. Even if the Tribulation Sword Master is dead, the Heavenly Demons won't let us go. The great clans are in grave danger. For a moment, Yi Chunshin felt a little mentally and physically exhausted. There was a tiger at the front door and a wolf at the back door. Their side was really in a perilous situation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they would die. In just a few days' time, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Almost before they could react, the great clans that were once famous throughout the entire heavenly layer were already at a disadvantage. Moreover, it was an absolute disadvantage, even to the point of being in a hopeless situation. Xiao Qinyu sighed and said, previously, when the war in the northwest was about to end, the Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang once said that there would be heavenly demons wreaking havoc on the world. He even suggested to me that we should join forces to eliminate the heavenly demons first and eliminate the heavenly demons once and for all. But I rejected him. You rejected him? All the elder masters turned to look at Xiao Qinyu. Their gazes were as if they were looking at a fool. If it was any other time, no matter who or what force dared to look at Xiao Qinyu with such a gaze, the Xiao clan's ancestors would definitely be uprooted by the Xiao clan. Their entire clan would be wiped out, and not even a chicken or dog would be spared. But now, in such a grim situation, it was rare for the Tribulation Sword Master to take the initiative to express goodwill and join forces to eliminate the heavenly demons. Xiao Qinyu, you actually rejected him? If you're not a fool, then who is? If it weren't for their old friendship, all the elder masters wanted to ask the Xiao clan's ancestor if he didn't have a brain, or if there was mold in his brain that day. If he wasn't kicked by a donkey or caught by a doorframe again, how could he reject such a great opportunity that would only bring him benefits and no harm? If we could let the heavenly demons and the Tribulation Sword Master fight each other, we would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. No matter which side won in the end, they would definitely suffer some losses. Then, we could reap the benefits and eliminate the two biggest threats in one fell swoop. That would be a wonderful thing. But you actually rejected him? Xiao Qinyu's face turned red. At that time, how would I know that things would deteriorate to such an extent? Although we have seen the extraterrestrial demons in ancient books, there are very few descriptions of them. Who would have thought that they would be so dangerous? Based on the situation at that time, the Li clan was about to be destroyed. How could we stop just because the master of the Calamity Sword said that we should work together? Besides, my younger brother, Chunlei, died in their hands. Great families and tribulation legend can't coexist in this world. Even now, even though I know the situation is so serious, even if Tribulation Sword Master suggests joining hands again, I will still refuse. This is a matter of principle. Second brother Xiao, your thoughts are too extreme. Ling Muyang frowned. His eyes were as cold as ice. He said calmly, things have different priorities. Could it be that the safety of the people and the entire continent is not as important to second brother Xiao as your brother coming alone? Xiao Qinyu was speechless. After a long while, he said, personally, I insist on my original opinion. I don't agree to join forces with the Tribulation Sword Master, but that's just my opinion. I won't interfere with everyone's decision. Besides, this time, I told you what happened last time because I wanted to tell you that. If you can join forces with the Tribulation Sword Master, I believe he will be interested. Brother Tribulation takes the well-being of the people in the world as his responsibility. We invited him with righteousness. The chances of us joining forces are great. But the problem is, what will happen after the cooperation? Chiu was a handsome old man who looked old but was still handsome. He frowned. Besides, what about the cooperation? Can we really work together sincerely? He didn't say it explicitly, but everyone knew what he meant. The big clans had always been enemies with the Tribulation Sword Master. Now, even if they were forced to work together temporarily, would they be stabbed in the back in the process? What about tripping each other up? Take the simplest example. When the heavenly demons were about to attack, would the masters of the big clans risk their lives to protect Tribulation? When the heavenly demons were fighting, If the leader of the big clans was seriously injured and his life was hanging by a thread, would the Tribulation Sword Master generously give it to him? If it was the former, the big clans wouldn't help him. As for the latter, if they put themselves in his shoes, the heavenly demons had been destroyed. Giving him the divine medicine was equal to helping the enemy. Only a fool would do something like that. Was the Tribulation Sword Master a fool? It didn't look like it. If they worked together like that, what was the difference between not working together at all? Because that kind of situation was absolutely possible. They even had to take care of the allies around them at all times, guarding against the allies who would stab them in the back. The number one teaching of the big clans in the past 10,000 years was to deal with the Tribulation Sword Master. They regarded the Tribulation Sword Master as the biggest imaginary enemy. The idea of hostility had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. How could they work together sincerely all of a sudden? Zhuge Cangqiong frowned and said, "Nothing is absolute in the world. With the current situation, it's not impossible for us to work together. Fighting together is not the only way to cooperate. As long as we work together to deal with the heavenly demons at a certain time, everything will be done with the premise of eliminating the heavenly demons. Don't fight among yourselves." Chun Yingfeng said sarcastically, "Don't fight among yourselves? Who doesn't know how to say nice words? Do you think it's possible? There will definitely be discomfort. Ask yourselves honestly, who can guarantee that they won't have any evil intentions? They're just lying to themselves." "Shut up, all of you," Yi Qianqian shouted sternly. Everyone stopped talking. The big clans are fighting the Tribulation Sword Master for survival. We know that this is the general trend, but when it comes to personal life and death, we have no choice but to struggle and go against the natural order. We have no choice. However, the descent of the heavenly demons is a matter of righteousness. Between personal survival and righteousness, is there even a need to say how to choose? What's there to fight about? Although Yi Qianqian's voice was low, it was extremely stern. All the patriarchs lowered their heads and stopped talking. We may not be good people, but we haven't fallen to the point of being traitors to the entire human race. Yi Qianqian's voice was like iron. The heavenly demons are powerful, but we can only die. How can we be calculative about the Tribulation Sword Master at a time like this? Do you know what you're doing? Ling Muyang said loudly, "That's right. There's no need to be calculative at a time like this. Big Boss Yi, I originally wanted to fight you to the death before I die, but on account of what you said, I won't fight you." Yi Qianqian let out a wry laugh. He knew why Ling Muyang was doing this, but at this moment, he really wasn't in the mood to bring up those things at all. Yi Qianqian turned to look at Diwu Qingru, who hadn't spoken all this while. He asked, "Clanmaster Diwu, what do you think?" Everyone turned to look at him. Everyone felt somewhat uncomfortable and uneasy with Diwu Qingru sitting here. In the past 10,000 years, when had there ever been an outsider in a top-secret high-level meeting that originally only belonged to the big clans? However, now that the Diwu clan had appeared out of nowhere and risen to power in a high-profile manner, taking advantage of the situation and ascending the heavenly steps, even if they had some power, what did that count for? They were just a nouveau riche. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.